Hello and welcome back to Bottom. My name is Beast. Why do I continuously end parts on scenes where the music hasn't started playing yet? Anyways, we're back with IroSekai. Possibly the last part, I hope. Anyways, I'm a real anime girl now. Yeah, fuck Pocky again. This time matcha flavor, so I decided, you know what? Why the fuck not try at least? You know? So yeah, hence why I grabbed it. And I'm currently struggling to open it because I'm stupid. There we go, it's open. Stuff it back in there and just grab one of them. They look mildly poisonous, but it's alright. Anyways, I'll put this back to the side. Turn this one a bit. And continue. I was sending another letter today. And that's west to someone, anyone in the outside world, to tell them that I was here. Actually, I suddenly have a very odd theory. What if Suzu is the soul that was the manager before Yuma became the manager? Over no one needed me. I could bring no one happiness. Might as well have been dead. I was in my house, in my pitch black room. Laughter resounded from the floor above. Today was my younger sister's birthday, if memory served me. It wasn't my brother's. I hadn't known, I couldn't remember, I didn't care. This house, this world was filled with joy and happiness, with the exception of one place, my room. I could only drown in gloom. Unable to leave my room, I buried myself under my bed sheets, covering my ears to block out the lively laughter of my family. It was the only thing that I could do. I opened the window to my second floor room and sent out an SOS letter. My letters were folded into paper airplanes, from novels, sometimes even textbooks. I would tear out their pages, fold them, and send them out through the window. The message was written in black marker. Please, someone notice me. Being imprisoned in this room, that was the sole way for me to plead for help. My door was locked from the outside. I couldn't even recall how long it had been since they first shut me in here. I shut my eyelids. No, I'll put this away and not eat anymore. God fucking damn it. Just stop opening snacks for recordings because I know damn well that I'm not gonna have the fucking self-control to not grab more. Shut my eyelids. Darkness. What's up? What's darkness? An endless void. Please. To everyone, I did not exist. See, I had been born healthy and robust. However, my younger sister or brother, whichever they were, they had been born with a very sickly constitution. My father said to me, "You vile witch, you sapped away this child's life." My mother said to me, "Knives and scalpels won't pierce your skin no matter what type of pain is inflicted upon you. You don't die. Just what on earth are you? Are you truly a child born from me?" Parents always eyed me fearfully, like I was some sort of freak of nature. To them, I was not a fellow human being. I was not their child. They rewarded me with such hatred and contempt, like it was the spawn of the devil. They knew that wasn't true. It couldn't have been. And known why, all the scientists and doctors and curious people who examined my strange body all came to the same conclusion. No known explanation. They were frightened of me. They eyed me like I was some rare specimen. Mother, father, Even though my body was strong, my mind was so very fragile. During kindergarten, I tried hard to get them to pay attention to me. I cried. That didn't work. They refused to acknowledge me. During elementary school, I tried to be a good girl. I wanted to be praised and loved by everyone, just like my siblings who had just been born. That didn't work. My report card, always straight A's, would be thrown right into the garbage can. During middle school, I was subjected to intense bullying. I wasn't punished or kicked or forced into self-harm, though. It wasn't any kind of physical abuse. Instead, all my peers simply ignored and ostracized me. I came to my mother and father seeking help. At that point, I realized I received the same treatment, both here and wherever else. No single person would acknowledge my existence. I always wondered why I was the only one who had to suffer through this. Sometimes I screamed out. They would always respond thusly. Oh, isn't that a coincidence? I hate you too. Then, why don't you just kill yourself? I agree, we certainly don't want her here. Your body's strong, too strong, so I doubt anything we try would work. So instead, we'll simply lock her away in your room. Be a good girl in there and wait until you starve to death. Aren't we such great parents? Police. Child Protective Services. Of course we are, dear. We love our little child so much. Why don't we take back the vitality that vile witch sapped from her younger sibling? Julie, dear, the fact that we're willing to sully our hands for our precious child is a testament to the strength of our parental love. Well, you really make me better, One-chan. Really, thank you so much. I hope you die as soon as possible. From that point on, I stopped caring. Sent out another paper airplane that day. There was no name or address. I didn't care who picked it up as long as someone did. I was stuck here. I was trapped here. My arms and legs were bound by chains. My mind was always tormented by those thoughts whenever I sent those letters out. I wasn't necessarily asking for someone to come and rescue me. All I wanted was for them to know that I was here. Sure, I brought happiness to no one, but I was still here. I was alive. Still, my hope was waning. I'd sent out more letters than I could count. However, no response had come. That thought stuck with me, always and forever. Those frigid chains sucked the warmth from my skin. Then, one day, a response came. The thing I'd been waiting so long for came during one of my usual sleepless nights. Just as I was muttering to myself, a paper airplane flew through my open window, drawing a gentle arc across the air. I hurriedly opened it. What was written within? I had to know. My heart anxiously thumped faster and faster. However, I hadn't even once considered the possibility that someone might have found one of the letters I'd written by accident and thrown it back up here on a whim. One single sentence was written. I was so elated. It felt like someone was actually speaking to me for the first time in my entire life. I wondered who they were. I had to know. That in mind, I wrote up my reply immediately. I'm so lonely. I've always been lonely, and I always will be forever. I sent the paper airplane back out of my window. This was the only way for me to contact them, unfortunately. A few days went by and finally the reply came. Come to my house. Rushed out of my house barefoot. Didn't she say she was like locked in there? I arrived at an old worn building. Something magical had happened on the way which led me here. The letters on the paper airplane had glowed, morphed into luminescent butterflies, and guided me here. In order to follow them, I tore off the chains impairing me and jumped down. Oh, never mind. And jumped down from a second-story window. One of the butterflies then disappeared through the entrance of the building.
そこにいるの？私に紙飛行機で返事をくれた人。
Followed the butterfly into a room, whereupon I met the person I've been searching for.
いらっしゃい。待ってたよ。君が僕の文通相手か。
I was exactly the type of kind-hearted individual that I'd imagined him to be.
だけどダメだよ。本を破っちゃいけないな。
I was so happy that it broke into a tiny smile. From that day forth, I began to secretly live in that building, the old dilapidated student dormitory.
ねえ、聞いてよおじさん。家でこんなことがあったんだよ。
That's why I was so sad and depressed all the time.
そうか。
He would always lend me an ear whenever I wanted to talk. Made me happy. He didn't pity me. He listened patiently and attentively to my selfish, childish assertions and responded once I was done. Every single time he would say,
そうだね。わかるよ。
coupled with a nod. Despite how terse his replies were, they still warmed my heart like nothing ever before had. Someone was making a conscious effort to understand my struggles. Someone was paying attention to me. Annoying. My hearers, not the fact that he is trying to understand her. The fact brought me so much joy. Still, even so, there were times when I would cry. All the pain and loneliness would come rushing back to me and overwhelm me.
おじさん、教えてよ。私が悪いのかな？私だけがそんなに悪いのかな？教えてよ、おじさん。何か私にはわからないようなことを間違ってるのかな。だからこんなに私は神様に意地悪されちゃうのかな。
Sometimes it becomes unbearably depressed. During those times, it would always say to me this.
大丈夫？
ああ、君は君で、そのままで何の問題もない。だから大丈夫。何一つとして君は間違っちゃいないよ。もしも神様というのがいるのなら、その人は君を嫌いになんてならない。これは絶対だ。だから何も心配することはない。それでも神様が認めているそのままの君を悪だとかいう人間がいるのなら、それはその人自体が何も分かっちゃいないんだ。
どういうこと？
人間は誰だって、僕だって君だって不完全だけど完璧だ。何が不得意だろうと、何が足りていなかろうとも、そこに呼吸をしながら生きている。ただそれだけのことで完璧だ。だから君は君で堂々としていればいい。そんな君を受け入れられないような人間は、君とはただ単純に相性が悪いと、それだけのことだ。そういうわけだから、君に意地悪をするような誰かの言うことを相手にする必要はないって僕は思うよ。無視してしまえよ、そんなものは。少し言葉が乱暴に過ぎたか
Nah,
な。
fuck him.
君のお母さんやお父さんのことを悪く言ってしまったかもしれないね。
そんなことない。そんなことないよ、おじさん。私は大丈夫なんだよね。私は私で大丈夫なんだよね。
ああ、大丈夫だよ。だからこれから君にはいいことがたくさん起きるよ。
いいことが？
ああ、辛い思いをした子はそれだけたくさんの幸せを胸の中に溜め込んでるものだよ。神様は意地悪なんかじゃないからね。だからこれからはいいことばかりが君には起こるよ。そして君が望めば、君はもっともっと魅力的な人間になれるんだ。そうして辛い思いをしなくても幸せになれる方法を君は知っていくんだ。大人になるってのは そういうことだと僕は思うよ。だから大丈夫。大丈夫だよ。君は何も問題ないからね。
He's talking too much. I'm gonna actually grab those. God, fucking course. I'll say it once more. You have many wonderful things awaiting you later down the road. Man ruffled my hair as he said that. It was a little embarrassing. I was too old for that sort of thing. But at the same time, it was over the moon. But thing was.
おじさんに大丈夫だよって言ってもらえると、どうしてだか胸が痛くなるよ。
His assurance gave me strength. It was like it was casting a magical spell on my
大
heart.
丈夫、大丈夫だよ。私は私で大丈夫だよ。
Every time those words passed through my lips, I couldn't help but smile. Sometime later. I was feeling awfully depressed on this particular day. The rain was pouring down. I was in room 203, the room that the man had presented me with. When I woke up that morning, I found myself without the motivation to get out of bed. The morning was supposed to be was supposed to be a time full of vibrance and rejuvenation, but to me, life just felt too difficult for me to bear.
どうしよう。おじさんに迷惑をかけてしまった。
Apparently, some of the neighbors had reported that they'd sighted a young girl frequently entering and leaving this old shabby building. They feared that the suspicious middle-aged man living there had kidnapped her and was doing unspeakable things to her. This young girl that I spoke of was clearly me. A while after, a number of intimidating uniformed men stormed the building and carried the man away. It had been week since the incident. He had yet to come back. I'd been hiding in here ever since, so that the men in the uniform who barged in wouldn't find me. If they caught me, I'd be hauled back to that place, and I couldn't bear the thought of that.
ごめんね、おじさん。私、誰かに迷惑をかけるばかりで、誰も喜ばせることができないよ。
I felt as though this was a message from the higher power, that I was no longer allowed to live in this world. The din of the rain, the dimness of the room, the humidity sticking to my skin, it all only served to amplify my depression.
嫌だ、重たい、息苦しい。どうして一日がこんなにも長い。
Each passing minute, each passing second time was moving so painfully and agonizingly slow. All I wanted was to disappear. I could do nothing for anyone. I was useless. However, my body was abnormally robust and I hated it. Dying would be difficult to accomplish, so I decided to follow my mother's suggestion and slowly starve myself to death.
私がいなくなったって、どうせ誰も悲しむ人はいないし。
In fact, people would probably rejoice. A cruel twist of fate would be the first time I'd ever brought happiness to others. I buried myself under the covers. No matter how much time passed, I never seemed to develop an appetite.
また紙飛行機の手紙を折って飛ばせばおじさんに届くかな。
However, I couldn't even muster up the motivation to do that. I shut my eyelids, then I prayed. If he was right, if there really was any potential for happiness nestled within
そ
me.
の全部を今ここで使うから。だからお願い。おじさんが無事でありますように。
Several days passed. The man had still yet to come home. At that point, I began to dream. Please let him come home. After I sent that letter out of my window, he received it and came running. He came home safe and sound. Then he ruffled my hair, thanking me for saving him. It was the dream I had.
バカみたい。
Open my eyelids. Why? Should have known a situation of that kind would never happen. It was time for another long, grueling day.
おはよう。目覚めたかな？
It was him. He was standing right before me. Stunned, I asked him how he had gotten back, to which he replied that they'd finally let him go, though it had taken quite a bit of convincing. There were numerous bruises on his face. Did they hit you and beat you because of me, I asked. Was it my fault?
バカだな君は。そんなことあるはずないだろう。そういうのは今の時代にありえないよ。ちょっと連中とは話があってね。なかなか返してもらえなかったんだよ。
He was lying. I knew he was. I ran up, wrapped my arms around him, and cried a bit. Stroked the back of my head, commenting that I'd lost a little weight, and asked whether I'd eaten anything these past few days. Still be buried my face into his chest, unable to reply.
約束してくれ。君はもっと自分を大切に思ってほしい。
Yeah, she does not keep that fucking promise, considering that she just eats junk food all the goddamn time. Like junk food, ready meals, if she eats.
僕よりも先にどこか遠くへ行こうと考えちゃダメだ。もう二度とそんなこと考えるな。君がいなくなったら僕はとても悲しい。
His voice cracked a little as he said those words. My feelings for him were... The day he came home, I realized that I truly did love him. That was why I couldn't suppress those feelings for him. Because of my age, there was no way we could be together. Despite that, though, I would make sure to tell him daily that I loved him. I loved the way he would smile at me awkwardly. Again and again, I claimed with confidence that I would marry him one day.
どうしようか。
I loved the way he smiled bashfully. I adored it.
おじさん、私が大きくなったら私と結婚してくれる？
そうだな。でも大きくなったら僕のことなんか忘れてるさ。
そんなことない、そんなことないよ。
Whenever I declared my love for him, he would say, "Oh goodness," and scratch the back of his head. That was his habit, I noticed. It was adorable. When I was alone, I would try and copy him. My love for him grew and grew. At some point, I developed the exact same habit myself. I would rub the back of my head just as he did. Whether I was reading or anything else. I was beginning to feel better about myself. I was beginning to love myself. I could feel his presence within my heart. For the first time in my life, I was truly and honestly happy.
どうして私は子供なのかな？私もおじさんと同じくらいの大人だったらよかったのに。
If only we'd met in some other timeline.
私、早く大きくなりたいよ。
I wanted to show him what the adult me would look like.
Omedetou.
It was my birthday, a day that I'd never celebrated with another person before. He was the first to ever say those words to
何歳
me.
になったのかな君は。
A whisper man answered into his ear.
驚いた。思っていたよりずっと若いんだな。
そうかな。
I wasn't used to having someone celebrate my birthday. I reckon he wasn't used to it either. We said nothing more to one another after that. However, that evening we spent watching the candles until it burned down was pure bliss. I then confessed my love to him with much more sincerity than any of the times previously. All he responded with, though, was that same awkward smile as he stroked his head. I'd seen him do this a million times, but that habit of his appeared much more adorably than ever that night.
私は本気なんだよ。おじさんのためなら何でもできるよ。
Yet,
どうしてダメなの？
cried, asking whether it was a problem of my age. He simply shook his head with a dejected look on his face as he assured me that it wasn't the
それ
case.
じゃあどうして？
誰が僕みたいなやつを好きになるんだ。
That chuckle tried to mask his discomfort. That was when I realized it. He was just like me. We were one and the same. I wasn't quite sure what had spurred this on, but I feel a sort of kinship with him. I wasn't the only one. There were other people out there in this world who felt as painfully lonely as I did.
私が好きだよ、おじさんのこと。本当に大好きなんだよ。
After that, I kissed him. He told me not to do that, then pushed me away.
ダメだよ。ダメなんだ。明日には僕はもう。
The next day. Feathers. God had taken him somewhere far, far away. All that was left in the manager's office was a single white feather. That and one more thing. A letter placed atop the desk. I'm sorry. Those were the only 2 words written. I wept. It was all too much. I hadn't been able to repay him for anything that he'd been taken up from me. God was so despicable. The happiness of my heart had disappeared. Perhaps I'd expended all of it in the evening of my birthday. I closed my eyes, I could see that blissful time we spent together. No matter how short it may have been, flashing before me. That quiet evening when we'd watched the candlelight together. It was...
だったな。
Those words left my lips on a sigh, as I once again spent the days reading. He's collected so many books in his dormitory. It had been several years since he was taken. By now, this town, this country, this world had become a sad, desolate place. I searched and searched. I needed to find a way to bring him back. On my quest, I read book after book.
本の中には魔法使いが住んでいる。
So the rumor went, that rare book was what I was searching for. I wanted the sorcerer to grant my wish.
待ってて、おじさん。私が絶対助けに行くから。
What I wanted was to thank him. The next time we met, I would be much older. I would be an adult and he would accept my confession the next time.
大好き。大好きだよ。おじさん。
I snapped the book shut. All of a sudden I was feeling terribly tired. I closed my eyelids. I relived that wonderful, blissful night. When I opened them again, I was in the heavenly library itself. Before me stood God, the very being who had taken the one I'd loved away from me, and he said to me, I want to fall in love. With sadness in his eyes, he requested my aid in escaping from this place. If I can find love with her, I'll... I was...
なんていうか恥ずかしいことを思い出してしまったな。バカみたいだ。昔のことなんかを回想するほど暇を持て余しちゃいないはずなんだがな。
Sitting down at the windowsill, I gaze out into the night. I squint my eyes against the silver light of the moon. Then I stare out at the pair as they walk further and further away from me, hand in hand.
おいおい、そんなに体を寄せ合って歩いてちゃ危ないじゃないか。今にこけるぞ。そんな
Can't
風
help
じゃ
but break into a warm
見
smile.
てられないな。なんだよ、あのぎこちない感じは。
Burst into laughter. They were like two innocent grade schoolers holding hands with someone of the opposite sex for the very first time. The nervousness is apparent in each step they take. In fact, I feel embarrassed just watching them. Well, maybe what I really mean to say is I feel jealous. I'm jealous of them. Because there was no one in my life like that.
ゆうくん、その手を離すなよ。大好きな人を振り向かせられなかった私の代わりに、その願いを叶えてくれよ。
What I wanted to do for Kanoyuma was this. He had tried to wipe Nikaido Shinku clean from his mind. In doing so, he hoped to fulfill his promise to save all the children who were taken away. That was the secret method which he'd never divulged to me, even though I was supposed to be his ally and his partner through all of this. This fake world, the colorful world, when Shinku made use of her power, the memories of her vessel Yuma would be consumed in return. Well, that was the most precise definition. More accurately, when her power was used, he would lose his memories, beginning with those pertaining to Nikaido Shinku. That was how he designed himself in this fake world.
忘れる。叶上優馬は二階堂真空を忘れていく。力を使えば使うだけ。
That is the intended effect of the power. It helps him forget the person whom deep down he doesn't want to forget. Yuma had written himself so that he would have a tendency to misuse that power. As for
そ
Shinku,
して真空の願いはみんなの願いを叶えること。
In the process of fulfilling that wish, Yuma would inevitably lose Shinku's power, and his most precious memories and feelings would erode away. His line of thought was probably that if he forgot all about Shinku, he would never fall in love with her again, because he knew that falling in love with her was something he absolutely couldn't allow himself to do. I not only know the method he'd hidden from me, but the reason behind it as well.
そうだな。
Honestly.
そんなバカみたいな方法なんかは恋することを諦めると決めた君の記憶を剥ぎ取ったあの時に一緒にむしり取ってやることだってできたけど。
If I had realized everything sooner, though, perhaps I could have truly gotten rid of it. I can tell now, what I did wasn't nearly enough, because ignorance would prevent the root cause of it. If I stayed blissfully unaware of how precious the purse... If you stayed blissfully unaware of how precious that person you wanted to forget was to you, and you would truly repeat what had happened in the past over and over again. I realize it now, and the fact that I hadn't thought of that is proof enough that I haven't grown up. I began to smile ruefully at myself. Still, though...
確かに君がずっとシンクを忘れたままでいられたら、そのようにして君が寿命を全うしたなら、君は君の目論見通りあの場所に帰れただろう。そうして約束通りあの場所へ連れて行かれたみんなを助けられただろうと思う。
If, as I learned when I glimpsed through within your memories, the sole way for all humans to eventually end up in the beyond is through death, the act of giving up, in order to reach the gates of the heavenly library, you'd need to give up on your wish. That was why Yuma declared that he would give up on his love. I understand exactly why he said what he did to me. I'm going to change my wish.
そんなのは
I just couldn't accept them doing that. Which is why I made a tiny alteration to Shinku, the fake Kaido Shinku in this world. Made it so that she could speak to me in addition to Yuma, as a precaution in case anything dire ever happened. Then, just as I'd foreseen, the time came when Yuma forgot all about her. That was during the summer of 1 year ago. During that time, for the first time ever, I finally read those memories of Yuma's that I'd torn out of the book. I read them despite the fact that I didn't want to become an all-knowing god, despite the fact that I wanted to stay a witch. Either way, that was how I came to learn of Yuma's plan to use Shinku's power in order to forget her. That, in addition to his true plan to reach the beyond. He wanted to give up. Wanted to give up on love. At that point, I said to Shinku, Yuma's trying to wipe you from his mind. You can't let him give up on love. Upon that, we set our plan into motion. A plan to have Shinku disappear from his side. We did this before every last memory of her could be wiped from his mind. At that time, I lied to Shinku. I told her that if Yuma's wish to find love was fulfilled, Shinku's soul would be able to reach the great library of the beyond. I also told her that in his life, human souls are able to reach the beyond once they fulfill the wish that they want to come true from the bottom of their hearts. Those were both lies, yet I told them to her. Someone who wished to save her beloved children above all else. Her, the person who Yuma loved above all else, Nikaido Shinku. All I wanted was for Yuma's wish to be fulfilled. That was why I lied to her. Shinku wasn't suspicious in the least and believed me readily. That was when I realized anew that fulfilling Yuma's wish truly was my role in this world.
ごめんな、ゆうくん。
Shinku as well. I'm sorry for not telling you the most important thing. Couldn't do it. I just couldn't. If I told you that what Yuma was truly planning to do, it would have destroyed you.
ごめん。
Yuma.
見えっ張りな私だから最後の最後まで君に面と向かって頭を下げることはできなかったけど、私は本当に君へひどいことをしてしまった。それをずっと悔やみ続けてきた。私はどうしようもなく感情的になっていた。おじさんを連れ去った君を許すことができなかった。どうしても。だからまだガキだったあの時の私は、お前も大切な人が目の前で奪われる悲しみを知れと、カナがミオが大切な人が目の前で連れて行かれるその経験をさせた。そうなるまで私はここで待っていた。
Really am a fool, through and through.
一体私は何様のつもりだったんだろう。八つ当たりというにも程がある。誰かを分け知り顔で裁くような真似をして、 吐き気がする。ほとほと呆れ果てるくらいの猛邁さだ。それをずっとずっと後悔してきた。カナが、ミオが連れ去られていってしまったのは、それを見て見ぬふりをしていた私のせいなのに、それなのにあんな君にばかり当たり散らすような真似をして、あんな風に君を足毛にしたり口汚く罵ったりなんてできやしないんだ。私も君と同罪なんだ。
That's exactly why.
君一人が責任を負おうとする必要はないんだよ。それも自分の願いを諦めてまであの場所へ連れて行かれたあの子たちのことは私に任せておいて。
Yeah, I had a feeling she was going to become the goddamn new manager.
どんなに時間がかかっても、どんなに難しい方法だったとしても、必ず私があの子たちを助けるから。
演技。
だから君は自由に生きろ。それが私の願いだ。
I'm gonna stick my neck where it doesn't belong. Am I in the wrong? Have I gone too far? I have no doubt that the answer to all these questions is yes. However, I've wholly convinced myself that this is going to be my final job. Not as a witch, but as a liberator. That's who I am. I exist to set your heart free and save you from your suffering.
ああ、辛い思いをした子はそれだけたくさんの幸せを胸の中に溜め込んでるものだよ。神様は意地悪なんかじゃないからね。
届け。
It's another pair of airplane flying from the window. How long it's been since I last at
あな
this.
たへ届け。私の幸せ。
May it reach someone out there in some world who's alone and suffering right now. I was never able to make use of the happiness allotted to me, so I'll give it to someone else. To you who find yourself unable to sleep at night. To you who wakes up in the morning crying without knowing why. To you who look up to the skies, asking God why you were born. To you who spent the afternoons questioning whether anyone in this world loves them. To you who feel so insignificant and worthless and see no light at the end of the tunnel. Please take this gift of mine, sent as happiness to you, which I've spent so long fostering lovingly inside of myself.
どうか神様、お願いします。今日、この瞬間から君たちの願いがより多く叶えられますように。
A colorful word, Alethea. Okay. I shut the book in my hands. The colorful world, the book that I wrote my diary entries in, and the book which for the longest times I thought belonged to Shinku. Dawn will soon be upon us. I can already see the faint glow of the morning sun as it starts to poke its head out over the horizon. Suzu ushered us out of the dorm, and we've now ended up here at the place in Shinku's dream. Still holding onto her hand, and I won't let go.
手をつなぐとね、心と心がつながるような気がするんだよ。
Closing my eyes, I heard those words as a face flickering across my mind. As a face flickered across my mind. Holding hands connects your hearts.
ああ、そうだな。私の妹がよくそんなことを言ってたよ。その時はただののろけのようにしか聞こえなかったけど、でも今はその気持ちもわからないでもない。だからこうして手をつないでいれば、いつか必ず心がつながると信じてた。ユーマが私を見えなくなってしまったこの1年間、ずっとずっと。
Do you think they'd connect? It was a long time to forget about someone.
さあな、これからそれを確かめに行くんだろ。
I focus intently on her hand, earnestly hoping that I can feel her love, that she can feel my love for her through the tiny force of my squeeze. Then I think back to the dream of hers I saw.
私はきっと誰も好きになるようなことはないよ。
When I glimpsed into your mind, I realized that the source of your worries was here, in the very place we're standing in right now. You said that you'd be alone for the rest of your life. You were speaking to somebody then, and you had the saddest expression on your face. And I now know who that person was. Kano Ryuma. Not me, but the true Ryuma. Shinku was directing those words towards him, when realizing that. There it is again, yanking my chest. Don't want to acknowledge it. Don't want to accept it, but it's taking control of me. Can't take my mind off of it. You had feelings for your childhood friend Ryuma, but you chose to marry your sister Ai instead. That's why you said that you did what you did to him at that moment. It was your broken heart speaking out.
お前は本当にバカだよな。
Feel a slight squeeze from my hand,
あ
from
ち
her
らで
hand.
私が何度もお前に言っていたじゃないか。私はユーマのことはお前じゃないユーマのことだぞ。別に恋愛対象だとかに捉えた覚えはただの一度もないんだよ。
If not, then why did you? Statement raised a myriad of questions in my mind. Why she look so depressed and hopeless in that dream? That's the first answer I need. Without it, won't be able to move on to my other questions. Shinku had said that she would be alone for the rest of her life. The look of despair on her face at that moment seemed to suggest that it was because the person standing before her would never reciprocate her feelings.
単純に二人のことが羨ましかったんだろうと私は思うよ。愛にはああして生涯を寄り添い手をつないで歩いていける大切な人ができた。そう、心と心をつないでね。でも私には誰もいない。そういう恋愛ごとには疎いから。疎いどころか理解しようと思っても私には難しすぎた。どんなにか難解な数式とにらめっこしていた方がいい。だけどふと寂しくなったのかもしれないな。二人が私を置いていってしまうんじゃないかと、そう思ったのかもしれ。そして少し前に愛に言われたことを思い出してもいたんだろう。このままじゃおばあちゃんになっても一人っきりだよ。柄にもなくちょっとそれが心配になったんだよ私は。一人か。愛もユーマもいなくなってしまうのなら二人以外の友達もろくにいなかった私は本当に一人。そう考えると少し怖かった。あの時ようやくその実感を得られたんだと思う。その頃はまだカナたちに会っていなかったから。それまではずっとそばに妹がいてくれたけど、ずっと私のことを心配してくれていたけれど、もうそういうわけにはいかなくなる。私の妹をユーマが持って行ってしまう。だから思ったんだ。私は一人、ずっと一人。なんだかそれは嫌だなって。
Back when it peered into your mind, it was just before summer break started.
ああ、そうだな。
Claimed that you didn't dream and that your memories were just as fuzzy as my own, but that was a lie, wasn't it? For memories, which were supposed to be fuzzy and full of holes, the images I saw in her dream were far too vivid and detailed.
半分本当、半分嘘だ。
Could you explain?
ここにいる私は魔女である夏目鈴に細工されてる。この偽物の世界の中にあって唯一凍結された世界で眠り続ける私とつながっている特別な写本なんだよ。
You're connected to her.
そう、私は偽物だけど本物でもある。ユーマがあの時に見た夢の記憶は あちら側で眠り続ける私とつながったものなんだろうと思う。だからほら、今こうして肉体を得られているのも、あちら側の私とのつながりが濃くなっているってことなんだ。ユーマが私を思い出したなら、私に体を渡そうと夏目鈴は言った。凍結されたあちら側の世界で眠る私をこちら側に呼び出す。
Why'd you have to do that?
私がお前の願いを叶えるために必要なことだから、
Huh?
と夏目鈴は言っていたぞ。
Suzu told you
そう
that.
お前が私を誰にも見えない半透明だとか、力を使えばお前は私を忘れるだとか、そんな意地悪な設定にしているからだって。私を忘れようとしたことをユーマに後悔させようと夏目鈴はおかしそうに言っていたぞ。きっと凍結された世界の私も感じてる。
うん
こうしてユーマと手をつないでいる。その感触をあちら側の私も感じ取っている。いい、やめよう。今はこんな話をするのはよそう。だから今は私たちの願いを叶えに行こう。
I wish.
そう、私たちのだ。残り時間は？
I opened up the book I received from Suzu. The day will be over and...
これから私たちはずっと一緒だ。
The day... He just pulls out the book. The day will be over and it just fucking collapses as the fucking memory reset happens. Where am I? The exact hour. Exact second when the young me first met you. That's when our day, our special time together in this world will come to an end. If I stay here with her any longer than that, I'll undoubtedly begin to prioritize my own wish again, consciously or not. So I have to do everything I can. We have 3 hours and 20 minutes remaining.
そうか。二人一緒に恋することを学ぶには時間があまりにも少ないな。それじゃあそろそろ行こうか。私たちは互いに恋愛事には非常に疎い。私とユーマはその点において似た者同士だから、何をすれば恋となるのか、何を感じれば恋と呼べるのか、
So
そう
with
いう
that in
ものを
mind,
私たちはまるで知らない。
so with that in mind, Shinku continues.
恋人同士でやることをとりあえず二人で全てやってみよう。まずはそこからかなって思うよ。
Want to do everything that couples do.
そう、思いつく限りを手当たり次第にね。そうすることでユーマは恋することを知ることができるかもしれない。さあユーマ、恋人同士は何をやるものなんだ？私たちは今日ここからこの瞬間から愛し合う者同士だ。
Sounds a little dramatic. I'm so breaking to a smile. It's not really how relationships work. Does one person just all of a sudden declare it to the world?
じゃあどうするんだよ。
She purrs her lips in
何
there.
も知らない私たちなんだから、最初はこれくらいが適当なんだって私は思うけど。
Are you sure?
ああ、そうさ。だからユーマ、これから私たちは付き合う者同士ってことだから。
Shinku? Maybe I'm being overly self-conscious about the whole thing. Shinku looks up at me with expectation writ large on her face. Still, those words she's waiting for deep, deep within my heart. Because the moment they leave my mouth, everything will come to an abrupt end. Still, alright, let's do as many fun and wonderful things as we can think of with the time we have remaining. I couldn't completely deny her request. That fact alone speaks to my many lingering regrets I still have with regard to my love. Shinku?
どうしたユーマ。
We walked through the streets together, basking beneath the light of the morning sun. Our plans to buy Shinku some clothes today is going to be our first and last date. So we wanted to get her something new for the occasion instead of having her wear the same old
二
uniform.
人一緒に着る服を選び合うのもそれはそれで恋人同士っぽいんじゃないかな。
Shinku had tilted her head quizzically as she asked me that question earlier. So I know we're here to buy clothes,
ああ
but there's no one here. Scan the area. Even though there's a shopping district, for some strange reason there's not a single person other than us two out and about.
渡された本の中はどうなってる？
I opened up Shinku's book, or rather the colorful world. We've been had.
何がだ？
Well, I think Suzu had us fooled. The page open in front of me it says that right now we only two people who exist in this world, which means I'm here all alone together with a girl I want to fall in love with. Seems to be the final choice presented to me by Suzu. Do I choose Shinku or do I choose the children? She more than likely thought that I'd choose Shinku if she forced us to be alone together during our final moments.
このままずっとこの世界には私たち二人だけなのか？
Nah, just until our time is up. Still have just over 3 hours. Once that's over, then no matter what I choose, everyone will go back. Time will revert 5 years into the past. Will Shinku be with me at that point, or will I be alone? And it's just the remaining time I have to decide. Do I give up, or do I not? Do I save everyone, or do I leave them?
なるほど。今日一日は私たち二人だけか。いいじゃないか。それはそれで。いろいろとやりやすいように私は思うよ。少なくとも変な邪魔が入ったりはしない。
So you're fine with it?
そうだよ。なんだよ。
Why are you looking at me like that?
私と二人きりなのは嫌か？なんだかそんな顔してるように見える。
Of course I do. Shake my head. It's got nothing to do with you, it's just the thought that we're the last two people in the whole world makes me feel a little sad.
寂しい。
Yeah. Though I still have you here with me, and that's more than I could ever ask for. It's just, I continue. Everyone else is gone. Kana, Mio, Ayumu, Tsukasa, Kyo, and I guess Suzu too. Just feel really sad and lonely knowing they're gone.
夏目鈴はついでなのか？
She literally spit out in laughter. Well, yeah, that's just how relationship is. It's an expression of love.
ほら。
Ow. She pinches my cheek. What was that for?
私たちは今日から恋人同士だって言ったろ？それなのに恋人の前で他の女の子を相手に愛があるとか言うんじゃないよ。デリカシーってものに欠けるぞユーマは。
Are you jealous?
だとしたら？
I'll refrain from commenting.
なんだよそれは。
He pursed her lips indignantly. So, what do you want to do? Shop for clothes still?
そうしよう。でもこんな状況じゃお金を払って買う必要はなさそうだけど。
What do you mean?
いいものがあったら拝借していく。
You mean basically steal that?
この後に及んで細かいなお前は。
A few minutes later, we arrive at the clothing store. What's the matter? I thought you wanted some clothes.
それはまあそうだけど。
I've never seen her looking so grumpy
ど
before.
うしよう。思っていたよりも私はこういうのが苦手らしい。
Where's it what?
服を買ったりするのがだよ。こんな買い物は全部妹に任せてきたんだ。自分で好きな服を選んだりしたことなんかないんだよ私。だから何を選んでいいものかまるでわからないんだ。目がチカチカしてくる。ああ、お前の言いたいことはわかる。それくらい妹に任せてないで自分でやれよって思ってるんだろ。私だってそう思うさ。でもな、こういう場所そのものが苦手だったんだよ私は。おしゃれな場所は息が詰まって苦しい。
You call this fancy? Man, you can't even handle some store out in the country like this. I shudder to think what would happen if we went to some fashion outlet in a big city.
バカにするなよ。
She glares at me.
今だって十分窒息しそうだ。
Well, I don't think that's much better. Smile slightly and nod at her. Alright. In that case, what I do is elect something for you. Just go wait in that changing room over there, and I'll bring in what I find. She trots off to the changing room. I browse around and find something that I think would look good on her. Try this one on first. Pass it to her through the curtain.
おいユーマ、これは一体どういうつもりだよ。
Did you get it on?
一応は
Okay, I'm opening the curtain.
お前はバカだろ。
Really? 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 Google Images. IroSekai Shinku-Route CG. That could be it, but somehow I feel like it's not. Oh no, never mind. There might be variations of it that we get to see, but he might have just currently given her a swimsuit, and for some reason they decided, nah, we need to censor that. Like, a fucking nonce. Like, why censor that? Anyways. She looks a tad bit embarrassed. Her lips are pursed and her back is hunched over as she squirms, making her tiny body look even
ど
smaller.
うしてデート用の服を買いに来て
Yeah, there we go.
水着を着せられなくちゃいけないんだ。なんだよ、何か言えよ。これじゃなんだか私がバカみたいだろ。
So I was just taken aback aback by how great you look in that. Honestly, I wasn't sure if you were even gonna put it on.
私はそんなお前に殺意を覚えているんだがな。
I didn't mean anything by it. Remember that time we all went to the beach together back then? You were kind of upset and you said it wasn't fair.
ずるい
Because you wanted to swim too.
覚えてるな。
Well, a lot of my memories came back to me, and needless to say, anything pertaining to you is something I'm not going to forget.
ああ、だからって。どうして今ここで水着なんだよ。しかもスクール水着だとか。チョイスがおかしい。ユーマはマニアな変態なのかよ。
Sorry, I just kind of grabbed it without thinking. Although the big question is why does store sells something like this in the first place? Aren't you supposed to be something more at school? Shinku?
エッチなのは嫌いなんだよ。
Oh, come on, surely there's nothing perverted about a simple swimsuit. Scoff. Oh, I won't lie, it does look great on you. I really like that look. Her gaze immediately drops to the floor, and if I'm not mistaken, there's a slightly rosy tint to her cheeks.
なんだよ、それだけかよ。
Hmm?
なんでもない。
She quickly closed the curtain again.
次、選んでほしい。
Got it. Pick out something new and hand it to her. I think this will look really good on you. Can hear her changing inside.
どうしよう、ユーマ。
What's the matter?
仕方がわからない。
Thing I just gave you?
ああ、こんなの着たことないから。どうなってるんだろう、これは。構造が複雑だ。
You're having trouble? Sorry, I know I picked it out for you, but I haven't got any clue what to do either. It's hard for me to even imagine how it's supposed to be worn. To be expected, of course, since I've never worn girth clothes myself. This should go without saying. With men's clothing, you usually just put it over your head and you're done. I guess I just honestly assumed that all clothing was that way. The only reason I picked it out was because I thought it looked good on you. Didn't realize it was so much of a hassle for you to get it on. I feel like the school swimsuit would be harder to put on. Should I come in there and help you?
バカ、裸を見られるじゃないか。
Alright, I'll keep waiting out here then.
あ、うん。なるべく早くするから。
Sound the rustling clothes resumes. I close my eyelids. Upon doing so, a far-off sky appears in my mind. There's not a feather in sight. Yet a feeling that I used to do this often, I was trapped in the great labyrinth beyond and found myself struggling to get through the long, grueling days. I would lament the fact that I would likely never see a blue sky again and daydream. At this point, I began to ponder my position a bit more. The reason I had to keep a diary. It wasn't necessarily because I needed to retain my memories from the present to the future. Well, maybe in a sense. Obtaining my memories could be seen as something necessary. I want to become as similar to humans as possible, that is. I stopped being able to restore my memories for more than a day as a direct consequence of being unable to leave that place for so long. I was confined there for tens upon thousands of years. Every day I looked, there were nothing but books. Every day was a carbon copy of the prior one. It went on and on. It was never ending. That prison was an unbearable hell, especially for someone coming in with a sound state of mind. When I first arrived there, my predecessor told me something. Forget everything. I would be confined there for all eternity. Each day would be identical to the rest, so trying to remember every specific detail would be a fool's errand. He told me that I would begin to lose my sanity if I did. Hence, forget everything. He said I was to consider myself a robot without autonomy. I would carry out the task I'd been given repetitively and meticulously, again and again and again. Otherwise I would lose my mind within a year. He told me that I would be imprisoned in that place until I could find my own successor. As long as that doorbell remained, my fetters would not be undone. Because of that, I would call upon the power of the library to rid myself of my own humanity in order to protect my mental state. Thus I threw away my natural innate ability to create and store memories. Like my predecessor, I found enjoyment in the time I spent there. The enjoyment came mostly from the conversations I had with the souls who arrived at the library. I asked them about their hopes and dreams. I asked them about the time they spent with their loved ones. When I asked them whether or not they'd like to eventually be reborn in another world, to fulfill new wishes, I never spoke to them. I'd feel so envious of their lives and experiences. So I decided that if I were ever reborn as a human again, I would give up on my own dreams like I had before. I don't mean to bemoan my situation, cry, woe is me. I'm not lamenting over it. Just a simple vow that I'll make the most of life, even when misfortune comes my way. So please, God, if you're listening, I was never to become a true God, but please ask that you give me one more chance. Despite my wish, I was fully aware that I was asking for the impossible. But precisely because of that, whenever I had an impactful encounter that I wanted to remember, I would write it into my diary so that I would never escape my mind. I want to remember that all humans had hearts and were endearing, precious people. Keeping a diary was how I retained my memories. It was the act of writing in and of itself which was most crucial. The diary itself could vanish for all it mattered. As long as I wrote, it didn't matter where or what with. Although my habitual diary writing here in the colorful world had more purpose than solely that. It wasn't solely to preserve my memories. That was the reason that Shinku was so insistent that I pen an entry for every day, never skipping. Well, so that I could finish the story of the colorful world and turn it into something which was real. I'd written this story for the purpose of giving up on my love. To Shinku, however, the story existed for the purpose of me fulfilling my love. Both of these were true, yet at the same time false. The diary existed in this fake world to breathe life into this half-written story. To complete it and give it a conclusive ending. A true end. At that point, this world would become the real world, and I would finally be able to return to the library. I was wound up with Suzu stealing my memories. I had a subconscious desire to not give the diary form. The point of this story was to wipe Shinku from my memory. The truth was, I didn't want to give up on my dream. It had programmed myself into this world so I would frequently misuse Shinku's power and have my memories of her be consumed. It was blatantly contradictory, wholly illogical. Yet in spite of everything, the story in this world is now approaching its end. All that's left, abandoning my love and changing my wish. As long as I don't succumb to my feelings for Shinku within this final sliver of time that Suzu's given us. She opens the curtain.
苦労してやっと切れたんだけど、 どうかな。なんだよ、だんまりかよ。
Sorry.
脱ぐ。もう脱ぐ。
Her eyes be in the water. What?
やっぱり嫌だ。私にはこういうの似合わないんだ。ユーマの顔がそう言ってる。孫にも衣装とかそんな風に思ってるんだ。着替えなんかしなければよかった。
Wait, hold up. I do think it looks good on you. Really, really good. In fact, it suits you far more than I ever thought it would, so I was just stunned into silence for a second when you first opened the curtain. She glares at me, to which all I can do is really grin.
本当か?
Yeah, I promise.
私にこの服似合ってるか?
Absolutely.
嘘じゃないか?
No, of course not. I would never lie to you, of all people, Shinku. So, I was about to say, that's a dress, right? Was it?
うるさいな。
Was it really that difficult to put on?
服を着替えること自体が久しぶりだったんだ。仕方ないだろ。いろいろと手間取ったんだよ。
Ah, right. Guess that makes sense. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if she had to relearn how to breathe again once she finally got her body back after so long without one.
それじゃあ早速行こうか。
Sure, I'm ready if you are.
残り時間は?
2 hours, 38 minutes. I have to make my decision within that time period. Do I choose Shinku or my promise?
なるほど。2時間と30分。十分だ。時間いっぱい楽しもう。そして私とお前で恋することの難題を解き明かすんだ。
So I take Shinku's hand and we head out to the stool. We walk along the beach, shoulder to shoulder. Now that Shinku had gotten an outfit for herself, and we decided to tackle the enigma known as falling in love, it was time for us to discuss where to go next. We never ultimately figured out what you're supposed to go on, where you're supposed to go on a date, and what you're supposed to do. Time we have at our disposal is less than 3 hours. That's where the day ends. Shinku and I are here alone in the colorful world. Everyone else had already disappeared. And so we have no way to extend the time we have remaining. We're just steadily ticking down as we speak. A wish I can fulfill and a wish that I cannot. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place, truly and honestly. This must be how God feels. With numerous children all across the world praying to him, asking him to make their wishes come true. Has to be mentally exhausting. What does God pray to? Who grants God's wishes? How can someone unable to even make his own dream come true give those children everything they want? Perhaps he's out there somewhere, crying just like the rest of us. Just like him, I'm currently struggling. I'm burdened with the task of choosing between two things, knowing I can't have both. I have to make a decision. Can't simply choose to live as I have been anymore. Not after learning who I truly am, about the promise that I made to Kana. I already came to my decisions ages ago. I shouldn't have to brood on it any further. I want to forget Shinku and give up on my wish. That was my answer. I've made sure to keep it with me all this time. I knew what I had to do. All I had to do was forget about Shinku, live my life to its end. And this would all be solved without any complications. Suzu, surely I will step to her bounds this time. Thank you. Because of you, I'll be able to experience just a tiny amount of happiness in what little time I have remaining.
海に来るならあの水着持ってくればよかったかな。
She muses as we walk, holding my hand all the while.
デートに海水浴は定番だっていうことくらいなら私だって知ってるし。
Yeah.
でもあんな水着を着るのは恥ずかしいからやっぱり持ってこなかったと思うけど。
Well, no one but me would have seen you in it. What's the
そういう問
problem?
題じゃないんだよ。恥ずかしいっていう気持ちはさ、もっとこう繊細なんだ。
あ。
これからどうしようか。さっきは十分だと言ったけど、それでもやっぱり残り時間は少ない。それなのにすることを何も思いつけないなんて困った。恋するってことは本当に難題なんだな。
For me, just being together with her is enough. Even though I can somewhat sense her impatience by the way she's holding my hand, perfectly content as is. The sensation may not be real, even if it isn't. Even so, the fact remains that Shinku here with me. That's all I ever wanted. I don't need anything else. Hey Shinku, can I ask you something?
ああ、いいぞ。何を聞きたい？
I was using your power to get rid of my memory pertaining to you, albeit unconsciously. You were aware of that, weren't you?
そうだな。夏目鈴からそう聞いたから。
In that case, why did you never say anything about it, or even just try to stop me?
私がそばにいたら、誰かと自由に恋愛を楽しむってことが難しいんじゃないかと。そう思ったんだよ。
Can you explain?
私はお前を含めたすべてのあの子たちの願いを叶えたいと思った。だからユーマには恋を教えたい。だからユーマが私の好きなあの子たちの誰かと付き合えるようにと願っていた。恋する気持ちを知れたなら、それでユーマは願いが叶うんだと、そう思っていたから。だからさ、それが叶ったなら、私がそばにいたら邪魔だろ？そういうわけだから好都合だと思ったんだよ。だから特に私を忘れようとするユーマの行動にいちいち苦言を呈する必要もないと思えたんだ。
Although I was still going to reprimand you for acting rashly, of course, Shinku continues, her face downcast. But she mumbles.
まさかお前が私とそういうことをしたいと思っていたなんて。
So strange. Now to think about it, perhaps Shinku caught on to my intentions before anybody else. I planned to forget all about her. Maybe she knew everything from the very beginning, before Susie even mentioned anything of it to her. Thinking back on the distinct sadness I saw in her eyes every time I used my power, I can't help but consider that possibility as the truth. Yuma, do you remember me, Yuma? Yuma, please, Yuma, I'm just asking that you value yourself more. However, I don't feel like pressing her on this issue at the moment. Oh well, even though I haven't any concrete proof whatsoever, I'll just believe it to be that way for now. I strengthen my grip on Shinku's hand, the warm, warm hand of the person who will teach me what love is.
ユーマ、
Yeah?
見ろ、足跡がついてる。
Huh? Oh yeah. Turn around and see two pairs of footprints stretching along the sand.
これまでじゃ想像もできなかったよな、こういうのは。私はずっと半透明でしかいられなかったから。なんで黙るんだよ。別にユーマを責めたりしてるんじゃないんだぞ。
Yeah, I know. Smile at her. The wind blows past us from across the ocean. The wind turbines lying in the mountainside turn peacefully, no longer serving the function of warning us of danger.
神様と二人で浜辺を歩く。
Shinku suddenly begins murmuring something under her
見
breath.
上げた空にはこれまでの人生が映し出される。人生最後の時、浜辺に残されているはずの私と神様の足跡は一つしかなくて。
She's really fucking quoting the Bible now. With the whole thing, like, why in my saddest times were you not walking beside me? And it's just like, oh no, he was carrying you. Yeah, I fucking remember that specific goddamn Bible story, and it's goddamn cringe.
神様どうして私が一番辛い時に私を一人にしたのですか。でも神様は言いました。決してお前を一人になんかしていないよ。
Shinku.
妹が好きだった詩の一節だ。とても綺麗な詩だよ。生きる勇気が湧いてくる。浜辺に足跡が一つしかないのは、お前が一番辛い時、私がお前を抱き上げて歩いていたからだってね。
Yep.
そんなオチがつく。そして今、
私は確かに神様と浜辺を歩いてる。
You and your sister both. I'll tell you what I told her. I'm not a god.
そうか。そうだったよな。
Plus, Shinku, you're the one walking by my side. You've been here this entire time, throughout this entire year, even though I couldn't see you. Instead of carrying me, you held my hand, so I memorized against the sea breeze, gazing out towards the horizon as I asked her, Hey Shinku,
なんだユーマ。
do you despise me?
ユーマを恨む？どうして？
Didn't you say before, Shinku, that you'd never ever forgive the person responsible for stealing your sister, Yuma, and all your precious students away from you? You said that you were going to roughen them up, which I thought wasn't very ladylike of you to say.
あの子たちを連れて行ったのはお前じゃない。お前が管理していた本屋の力が混乱してしまっていたんだろ。その混乱の理由は私にはわからないけど、それが事実だ。そうだろ？
No, I'm talking about before all that. I was the one who took your sister. I took her willingly. In the account of my past that Suzu read to me, you declared that you'd never forgive God for taking your sister away from you. That God you were speaking of, that was me.
そうか。わかった。
What?
お前は私に殴られたいんだな。
I bet, she says. She nods deeply before letting go of my
覚
hand.
悟しろよ。きついのをくれてやる。
Her fist lightly makes contact with my cheek. She has to stand on her tiptoes so that she can reach. Ow. Didn't hurt physically, but the emotional pain stung deep.
ほら、宣言通りぶん殴ってやったぞ。これでチャラだ。満足か？私、それにきっと愛だってもう気にしちゃいないよ。そんな気がする。
Again, if anything, she is the catalyst for everything going the fuck wrong because she's the one that essentially planted the seed of him going, I'm going to meet this girl now.
あの子がいつまでもいつまでも一つのことにこだわって恨み事を口にしているようなタイプに見えるか？
No.
だろ？それにお前と愛があの場所で話していたのを聞いてたら、なんだか全部がどうでもよくなったんだよ私は。あの子は明るくて可愛い子だったろ？
Yeah. I mentioned it once to I. She was acting so bright and positive that I almost had trouble believing she was truly dead.
だよな。ユーマの記憶が夏目鈴に朗読されていた時に私も思ったよ。どこに行ってもあいつは本当にあけすけですごいやつだ。
Shinku lets out a short giggle before taking my hand once more.
お前は確かに考えが足りなかったかもしれないけど、でもお前もお前で十分に悩んで苦しんだみたいじゃないか。だからそれだけでもういいんだ。私はお前を許すよ。
Okay. Couldn't say anything more than that. Maybe a thank you would have been better. But I was just too worried about it sounding insincere under these circumstances.
本当に誰もいないな。
She sweeps her gaze across the area. Yeah.
静かだ。なんだか少し怖いくらいに。
I pricked my ears. All I could hear is the wind and the waves. We listened together to the sounds of nature in this world. A world which no longer knows the sounds of laughter, sounds of tears. To be fair, like, I'm not that weighted out by the fact that Shinku is forgiving him. Mainly because, like, she's spent, like, 1 year in essentially what the world that he lived in. Like, a year of literally just no one seeing her, no one being aware where she is. Just, like, essentially utter fucking solitude. Like, before, you forgot she at least, you know, had him to talk to. But then when he was also cut off, it's just like utter isolation essentially, which that's what he has to live through for fucking millennia. So it does make sense that he can just kind of like sit there like, yeah, you know what? I can't blame him because I likely would have done the same after such a fucking torturous long time of just pure isolation. So yeah. Anyways. There's a scarred bicycle over there by the breakwater.
ああ、本当だな。でも、あれは捨ててあるっていうよりも、誰かが置いてそのままになってしまったって感じだな。ユーマ？何を考えてる？
Just remembered something I've always wanted to try. Another CJ.
一度やってみたかったって、二人乗りがか？
God, I don't know why, but his face just looks wrong here. Oh boy. Anyways, Shinku CG's her popping out of the book was one we already had before, so that one doesn't count. We had the change. We had this one, so there should be like 2 more left, I think. Actually, I'm curious now. Hold on, let me just so like a quick. There's a quick save. Quick save. Menu. Title. Yes, yes. Favorite generation. Next generation. Oh, no, never mind. There's 4 left. There's also like 1 miscellaneous character and 1 just random objects left. Is it 1? It is just 1. Yeah, because we got this. Depression. No, wait. No, wait. I feel like this is going to be another I1. Instincts telling me that. Anyways,
一度やってみたかったって、二人乗りがか？
Again, his face looks wrong here. Shinku straddling the luggage rack of the bicycle, her hands on my shoulders. Yeah, 2 people riding a bike, isn't that just a picture of adolescence? It's like practically screaming to the world, hey, look at us, we're happily in love and having the time of our lives.
なんだよ、それは。
She giggles. Plus, isn't this a pretty common thing for characters to do in anime, manga, and novels and the like? I never feel like I've seen it before. Well, actually, on second thought, maybe heard about this one from one of the souls who wound up in the library.
なるほど。だから一度やってみたかった？
Pretty much.
目的地は？
No in particular.
なんだよ、何も考えてなかったのか？
I just wanted to ride a bike with you like this, that's all.
そうか。それならもうこれで目的達成か。
Nah. I was thinking we could do a lap around town or something.
坂道が多いぞ。大丈夫か？
Yep, you barely weigh anything, so we'll be fine. She wraps her arms around my neck and holds me tight. The handlebars wobble precariously, and not a second later.
ユーマ、
Shinku whispers it in my ear. Yeah?
飛ばせ。
Alright. Step on the pedal. The scenery flies by in a blur. The 2 of us zoom along on the bike. The town is deserted. The world is ours and ours alone. With each location we pass, precious memories come flooding back. Happy time we shared. This beautiful, colorful world. All the tears. All the laughter as... all this laughter as Mio is censored again. All the joy. Those wonderful days I spent with all of them. If only Shinku had been with us throughout each and every one of those moments, I begin to think that they would have been all the more sweet and blissful. Yet I selfishly kept her to myself. I forced her to become invisible and untouchable, forcing her into the most lonely life imaginable. But I can attain it all now, so very easily. The happiness of having everyone come together. If I choose to return and spend the days of my life with Shinku, then that can all be mine in an instant. But we would all be able to attain that happiness. That fabricated happiness within the book of this within the world of this book. Springtime. We would smile as we watched the cherry blossoms bloom. Summertime. We would go to the beach and play to our heart's content. Autumn time. We would feast and fill our stomachs on an assortment of delicious foods. Wintertime. We would huddle under the kotatsu and laze around watching TV. Quite like the sound of all of that. Also, every now and then, Shinku and I could meet in private and talk about all sorts of things together. I can see it now. How wonderful it would be. It would be pure happiness. Enough to make me cry. I know, though. All of those things. Can't have them. Something that's never meant to be. I'll be fulfilling my own wish at the cost of everyone else's. And I could never do something so heartless. I have to go and save the kids in the real world.
お疲れ。意外に面白かったよ。
Glad to hear it.
全然息が上がってないな。体力あるんだな、ユマは。
Well, didn't I tell you I'd be fine since you're as light as a feather? It was her body, not mine, that made things easier.
なるほど。それならもっとスピード出せたか？
Sure, if I wanted to.
そうか。それならまたやろうな。今度はもっともっと早く漕いでくれ。風が気持ちよかったんだ。
We head back to the room.
さて、これからどうしようか。またやることがなくなっちゃったな。
I'm sorry.
どうしてユーマが謝るんだ？
I think I read somewhere that the man's responsibility to think up stuff to do during a date and make sure that there's never any downtime.
そうか。それについてはいろいろと思うところもあるけれど、それならその責任どうやって取ってくれるんだ？
He smiles at me mischievously. Let me think. I scan the room. Could watch TV?
どうしてこんな時にテレビだなんてとは思うけど、いやでもそれはちょっと気になるな。私たち二人以外の誰もいなくなったんならテレビ放送はやっぱり砂嵐なのかな。
Well, we do still have electricity, apparently.
ああ、そうなのか。
Yeah, a man I really wonder how it's being supplied. Was the power plant always on man?
それもそうだな。テレビ放送の有無を疑問に思うよりもよっぽど奇妙だ。不思議なことだらけだな、この世界は。
Plopped down in front of the TV and turned it on. Nothing but static. Not that this comes as a surprise. I checked this morning too, so I should have expected it.
なんだ、面白そうなものがあるじゃ
It's
ないか。
fucking static, Shinku! She picks up a video... Oh, never mind. She picks up a videotape of a film lying around. A videotape. A VHS. A cassette. Not a DVD. Actually, hold on a second. Did I really have something like that here? Can't for the life of me remember.
と
She scans over a description of the back of the
認
box.
知症にかかった妻に夫が自分たちの日記を読み聞かせていくお話らしい。日記、お話を読んで聞かせる。
I feel like that's an actual movie that exists, probably. Hold on, I'm curious now. Story is read from a notebook in the present day by an elderly man telling the tale of to a fellow nursing home resident. The notebook. Okay, yeah, this is the movie is actually called The Notebook. The ending is literally and they go, Noah and Ali argue, and he tells her to decide what she wants, and not everyone else does. She drives back to her, sobbing, confused, and confesses her infidelity to Lon. He still wants her back, but she follows her heart and returns to Noah. In the present, the elderly woman is revealed to be Ali, now suffering from dementia. Duke is actually Noah, uses a pseudonym to not startle her in her disoriented state. The journal he reads to her she wrote during the early stages of her illness, detailing their romance and life together so he could help her come back to him. Noah has kept the promise to read it to her almost daily. Almost at the end of the journal in the notebook, Ali asks Noah what happened at the end of the story, and Noah prompts her that she knows. She briefly recognizes him and remembers. Ali asks how long they have before she forgets again, and Duke tells her possibly 5 minutes. They dance to their song, I'll Be Seeing You, and she asks about their kids. However, Ali's dementia quickly relapses and she panics to see a stranger touching her, so is sedated. Duke has a heart attack and is treated in the nursing home, while Ali is taken to the dementia ward. Upon recovering, and despite not being permitted, Duke sneaks into Ali's room in the night. She instantly recognizes him, they kiss and fall asleep holding hands. They are found in the morning, having died peacefully in each other's arms. Oh, it just sounds fucking depressing.
2人で映画を見るっていうのもデートっぽいよな。
I think so. Keep in mind though, we have a little over 2 hours left. Watch this movie, we'll use up all the remaining time.
それもそうだな。
She cocks her head to one side pensively.
ちょっとだけダメか？最初の触りだけでも一緒に見よう。
Okay, if that's what you want. Insert it into the video cassette recorder. Something still feels weird. Alright. Still find myself wondering if I really had this in my room originally or not. Oh well, that hardly matters now, I suppose. Dad, I plopped back down on the bed. Shinku?
なんだ？
Ready to watch the movie?
ああ、そうだな。見るよ。時間もないからちょっとだけだけど。
Right, so I spread my legs apart and pat the area in between. Sit here and we'll be watching together.
ここにって
She bashfully averts her gaze.
別にそんなことしなくても映画は見れる。
What's so embarrassing about it? You used to sit on my lap all the time when we had to write in my
そ
diary.
こは膝の上じゃない。それにお前は迷惑そうだったけどな。私
It
はお
wasn't
前
you,
の膝
Shinku.
に座るの。
Oops. It wasn't you, Shinku. I was just in a sour mood about having to keep up my diary entries. I never did like writing in it. It was a subconscious aversion. The reason I had that aversion is because I didn't want to complete the story, which would cause me to give up on my love. Deep down, I didn't want to give up on Shinku. I didn't want to forget her. I just couldn't. Sit here, please.
わかったよ。座ればいいんだろ。座れば。
She scoots over timidly and sits in front of me. I wrap my arms around her waist and embrace her from behind.
商店街で何かお菓子とかを持ってくればよかったな。
She squirms around restlessly. What
映
for?
画を見るなら何かを食べながらって決まってるだろ。
She then picks up the remote.
どうせならそういったものの気分だけでも味わいたいじゃないか。
Her finger presses down on the play button. The film begins. It's a rather mature film, for lack of a better word. Wait. You've both become frozen stiff. A tight grip around Shinku's waist. Shiku's eyes flick back and forth from the back of the box to the TV screen. Whoa.
ユーマ見るな、教育に悪い。
Ah! Shiku suddenly jerks upward in my arms, causing her head to smack into my nose.
こんなもの。
Porn. She grabs the remote and switches off the TV.
れも映画のケースの中に隠しておくなんて。
Wait, don't jump to conclusions. I don't even remember buying anything like that.
うるさい。それじゃこれは一体なんだよ。エッチなのは嫌いなんだよ私は。
Bonk. Shinku throws the VHS case in her hand onto the floor. Ah! She yells, flailing around in my arms. Something doesn't feel quite right. Immediately pull out the world's book and check its contents. Well, that explains everything. I have my answer. That damned trickster.
ユーマ。
The handwriting on the page I have open is all too familiar.
慌てるゆうくんの顔を想像するだけで、それをおかずにご飯おかわり5杯は全然余裕。
This is Suzu's final prank, it seems. I can only... laugh.
どうしたんだ。何が書いてあったんだ。
Shinku, concerned, tries to turn around to look at my face, but I hold it tightly to my chest and close my eyes. Oh, Suzu, you really were a piece of work. But you know what? Truly and honestly, I loved you.
ユーマ。
Shinku, there's something I want to talk to you about.
聞いてほしいこと。
So I have a confession to make. You don't need to say anything. Just listen.
わかった。
She nods. I have to thank her. I continue. When Suzu was younger, I called her to the library. Once there, we joined together and created a pact so I could be set free from that place. Assuming you were listening when Suzu read my memories, though, you should already know about that. So about the doorbell that I gave to Suzu at that time. It served the purpose of locking me away in that place. I had to remove it and take it somewhere far, far away.
ああ、そうみたいだな。
My mind was too preoccupied with seeing you to think about anything else. It was a major blunder on my part.
どういうことだそれは。
The doorbell wasn't only in place to trap me in there. It also functioned as a means to keep other people out. That place rules over a multitude of different worlds. There are those out there who sought after the mysterious power dwelling within it, hoping it would make them all powerful. Doorbell prevented those kinds from intruding.
魔除けみたいなものか。
Yeah, you have the right idea. If I handed that doorbell over to the witch and left the library behind, then those vile, power-hungry creatures would rush in there in droves and wreak havoc. This is one example. They could whisk away every last innocent person from a world. It was easy to imagine what caused the anomaly which destroyed the world you and I lived in. It's probably one of those intruders with ill intentions. At the time, I was well aware of the risks. I didn't tell the witch a single thing. Simply had to remove the doorbell and then I abandoned the library and departed. A sin I'll carry with me for the rest of my life. I used Suzu to accomplish my own selfish desires. I knew she'd loved someone who was taken to the library. I knew how badly she wanted him back, so I knew I'd have little trouble getting her to cooperate with me. I just couldn't contain my desire to break out of that place and meet you as soon as I could. I was truly an awful person. Back then I was naive and ignorant of the ways of the world. But that isn't any excuse for the pain my actions have caused. By no means. I had no right to pursue my own wishes and desires. Let's experience what it's like to fall in love. That was what you said to me back when you first met here.
そうだな。私にできなかったことの一つを君に代わりに叶えてもらう。
I know.
ことを言ったな。
Oops. Now I know though. Falling in love was never your wish. It was mine. You were merely trying to help me achieve that.
そうだな。そういうことになるのかもな。
So why were you dishonest with me back then? Purposefully made it sound as though it was your wish.
嘘はついてない。私にできなかったことの一つ。それはユーマを含めるあの子たちの願いを叶えることだ。
Can't help but feel that she's just playing with semantics.
それにあの時の私にも記憶はなかった。ユーマほどではないにしろ曖昧だった。それは嘘じゃない。だからユーマに恋をさせることが私の役目だとそう思っていたんだ。言ったろ、私は説明書でしかないんだって。説明書。あの時の私にはそれが自分に対する事実だった。 その後に夏目鈴と会って、私はあの子といろいろ話をしたんだ。自分が何者で何のためにここにいて、ユーマに何ができる存在なのかってことを知ったんだ。そして二人で決めた。この先もしもユーマが私を忘れてしまうようなことがあったなら、その時は私たちが動き出そうってね。ユーマ、怒ってるか？私と夏目鈴がお前にしたこと。
No, I'm not. It was my punishment for attempting to wipe you from my memory without telling you or anyone else. Honest to goodness, I'm grateful that you did it. However, please tell me one thing. I still try to fulfill my wish. My wish to fall in love. Is that why you went through all that effort to get me to remember you again? Because if you are,
大好きだ。大好きだぞ、ユーマ。
Those words alone are all I needed. The wish I held on to when I was human. Just one person telling me that they loved me. Finally, I'd gotten that. It was too late and nowhere near adequate enough. That's exactly why I'm content. Shinku, we exchanged a promise to find love together. This love is fake. It's not real.
違う。今は違わないかもしれないけれど、違うんだ。それを本物にしていくために、今日の選択が意味をなすんだ。そうだろ？明日、そしてまた次の明日へ思いをつないで、本物に近づけていくんだ。毎日一緒に書いていた日記が、この世界を清書し、完成させていくものであったように、これからの一日一日を大切に重ねていって、私たちは、私たちの気持ちも、本物にさせていくんだ。
That doesn't make any sense, though.
変じゃない。間違ってもいない。これが私の答えだ。大切な人と一緒に、一つ一つ丁寧に時間を過ごしていれば、恋する気持ちは、気づけば自然とそこにあるものなのかもしれない。それが難解に過ぎる、恋することへの、私なりの回答だ。私は、ユーマと恋して、私の願いを叶えて、あの場所へ行く。そして、あの子たちを助けるんだ。私は夏目鈴から聞いたんだ。あの場所へ至るためには、魂の約束を叶えなければいけない。それがあの場所へ行くための方法なんだって。だから、私たちは、あの場所で待つあの子たちを助けるために。
You have to fall in love with me so that you can fulfill your wish through fulfilling mine.
そうだな。
That isn't true love. Just can't see it as such. It's an illusion, just like the cake Suzu pulled out of that book.
ユーマ、私はお前が大好きだ。嘘じゃない。お前の願いを叶えるってことだけが理由じゃない。と思う。
With those words, Shinku leans back against me.
私はエッチなことは嫌いだ。
Right.
でも、恋することに必要だって、ユーマがもしも、そういうのなら、私はユーマと、その、今見たビデオみたいなことをするのも、悪くはないかなって、そう思う。どうして黙るんだよ。付き合う者同士は、ああいうことをするものだって知ってる。それも一つの恋の形だ。自分の遺伝子を後世に伝えるためだけの行為の動機づけだとか、そんな情緒のないことを言いたいわけじゃなくて。
I know. I nod. I hear you, Shinku. I tighten my hold on her stomach. I hear you loud and clear. Her eyes are squeezed shut and she's trembling.
お願いだから、怖いことはしないでくれよ。
I won't. She's willing to go to these lengths in order to help me fulfill my wish. Fills me with such an indescribable
もう
sadness.
一つだけお願いだ。エッチなことをするんなら、その前に、ユーマ、私を好きだって言ってくれよ。ユーマ、どうして泣くんだよ。
This isn't real. Currently within a world that's fake. Of course I won't throw a tantrum and tell her I refuse to say it. Still, I just can't call this true love. I've learned a great deal from all the books Susan suggested that I read in her room, which is why I can't tell. This isn't love. You don't have to. I'll Jinku's body as tightly as I can from behind. I'll be happy enough as long as I can just hold you like this until our time is up. I don't need anything more.
Yuma.
These feelings, so fake and feeble. Two of us mustn't fall in love.
ユーマ、お願いだ。私を好きだと言ってくれよ。私はお前が大好きだよ。エッチなことをするのはまだ早かったかもしれないけど、でもキスくらいなら私だって怖くは。
You and I have to fall in love.
ああ。
That's our duty. However, if Shinku learns the truth, then we have no need to fall in love. What then? Why did Suzu keep this from her?
ユーマ。
Like I said, Shinku, I'm fine with just this. Shut my eyelids. Even if I don't have the time to fall asleep and dream right now, I truly am happy from the bottom of my heart. "10 minutes. That's the time we have until our day comes to an end. Where shall we spend our final moments? You and I are headed towards the lighthouse on the outskirts of town. We are no longer holding hands."
なあユーマ。
Yeah.
今日が終わると私たちは
Did
ど
they
うな
have
る
the
んだ。
sex? I feel like they had the sex there. I don't know. They would just disappear before each other's eyes. And everyone we know will reappear in this world one by one.
このままずっと二人一緒にってわけにはいかないのかな。
Who knows?
どうかなって。ユーマは平気なのか。
No, Shinku, I do care. It's just that I've had a long time to prepare myself for this eventuality. If you and I stay here, then no one will ever find happiness.
ユーマ、私じゃやっぱり私じゃお前に恋することを正しく教えてやれないのかな。いや、恋を知らない私がお前にそれを教えてやれないことは十分以上に知っていた。
If anything, the fact that they need to leave is a testament to the fact that she was an effective teacher.
だけど二人で一緒に長い時間をかけてそれを知っていくことくらいはできるだろうと、そう思っていたのに。
But Shinku continues, casting her gaze across the vast blue sea.
お前は私とそんな時間を過ごすことそのものになずいてくれない。ユーマは私に好きだと言ってくれない。その方法を私には見つけられない。その一言さえもらえれば私はお前の願いを叶えられたと安心できるのに。
I was honestly happy. You were constantly by my side ever since I was young. Nothing could have made me happier. When most people would have to spend their nights alone, I always had you. Because you were there, I wasn't hounded by despair and loneliness. And even when I tried to forget about you, you didn't abandon me. Though that was one of the cruelest things I could have done to you. That means much, much more to me than you fulfilling my wish. I have to tell you something, Shinku. This is the true way for us to reach the great library of the beyond. The realm which exists is to fulfill every last wish in this world. Life is given to humans so that the wishes and dreams they hold inside their hearts can take shape. My wish was to fall in love. That's something that can never be allowed to happen. Because I have to return to the library and rescue everyone who was taken.
だからそれは私がユーマの願いを叶えてあの場所へ行って。
No, that's not how it works, Shinku. I don't know where you got that misconception. Well, I do know, but that no longer matters. Anyhow, truth is my wish mustn't be fulfilled. The short, predetermined time allotted to humans that they refer to as life. Those who are able to fulfill their wishes within that that span of time turn into books and become stowed away within the shelves of the library. Then they enter a deep, long slumber where they dream peacefully of their next journey and the wish they want to fulfill during it. When their wish has been decided upon, they reawaken as a new human soul, ready to depart and continue their journey. However, those who are unable to fulfill their wish do not become books immediately. They must knock on the door to enter the library. They then have detailed discussion with the manager, me. Oh no, all the unfulfilled souls need to speak to the manager! How did I not think of this joke until now? I tell them how sorry I am that they were unable to fulfill their wish. But then I give them the chance to go out and try again. Immediately if they so desire. After that, we would craft a plan together so that they would have an easier time fulfilling their wish. Also, I'd assure them that this time it would all be okay. Everyone in this world ends up at that place one way or another once their life ends, but that distinction matters a lot in my case. If I can return to the library via the latter way I mentioned, in other words, if I could return to the library without having fulfilled my wish, then I would be able to enter there without losing my thoughts or memories, and without being turned into a book. It would be my chance to fight back against the corrupt power of the library and set everybody free. Right now, I'm neither human nor god, so if I want to return to the library and reclaim my position as its manager, I have to complete my life here as Kanua Yuma without fulfilling my wish. That's why I can't tell Shinku that I love her. Because those words hold power. I love you. I love you, Shinku. If I uttered those words, it would all come to an end. My wish would be fulfilled. The story would come to an abrupt and unanticipated conclusion, and I would no longer be able to save everyone. Not only that, but the great labyrinth beyond would likely be stuck in that chaotic state forevermore.
そんな願いを叶えちゃいけない。それじゃあこれまで私がユーマの願いを叶えようとしていたのは一体何だったんだよ。
That's probably because Suzu was trying to fulfill my wish too. I told her that I'd given up on love. That was likely her way of telling me not to.
それならどうして誰もそれを私に教えてくれなかったんだ。
If you had, what would you have done?
それは
She shakes her head vigorously.
わからないよ、そんなのは。こんなの私には難しすぎるよ。
We have 5 minutes left. It'll be gone before we know it. Time is ticking by mercilessly fast.
私はユーマが好きだ。それは間違いじゃない。でも今の話を聞くとますますわからなくなってくる。私のこの好きはどういった種類の好きなんだ？友情、愛情、家族愛。これはユーマが欲しかった恋することなのか？
Can't say.
そうだよ。わからないんだよ。何もかも。恋することを知らない私がその是非を知るにはあまりにも時間がなさすぎるんだ。もっと時間が欲しいよ、ユーマ。私は知りたいんだ。この気持ちが恋することとして本当なのか、それとも写本の私に夏目鈴が書き込んだだけの偽物なのか。
Shinku reaches out for my hand.
それを確かめるためにもう少しだけでいい。私はお前と一緒にいたいんだ。
But I don't take her hand. I'm sorry, Shinku. I really wish it didn't have to be this way. You're the one who suffered the most from all of this. Everyone lied to you. None of us told you the truth. This whole time I've used you and forced you to live how I wanted you to. Just ask one thing though, Shinku. Please don't blame Suzu for this. Honestly, I can't understand her mindset this whole time. She wanted you and me to live in this world together. That's what I truly believe. She probably wanted me to give in to your persuasion during these final moments and decide that I do want to fulfill my wish after all. And then, you and I would live happily ever after. That's probably what she had in mind. Even if that's not 100% accurate, I doubt it's too far from the truth. I think Suzu decided that she would take it upon herself in my place, to find some way to make the Great Library beyond herself. Honestly, you know, I'm sure she would have found a way somehow. And everyone would be set free at last. No. No, I can't. I can't go along with her plan. I know, Shinku. It's not a game. So I have to atone for my own sins. Can't simply pass the responsibility off to somebody else. I'm the one who brought upon all this suffering to everyone. And that's why I'm the one who has to atone for that. What's the point otherwise? Can't rely on my master to clean up my mistakes any longer. At some point I have to take responsibility for my actions. So I'm going back to the library. I'm returning to the beyond, the divine sanctum. And from there I'll pray for you to find happiness. Pray that I'll pray that you'll be able to find a world this time that's able to give you the happiness you deserve. A world where you'll meet somebody so wonderful that you'll forget all about me. Shinku.
ダメだ。分かってる。本当は分かってるんだ、私だって。あとは夏目鈴に任せておけばいい。あの子が全ての問題を解決してくれる。そんなのはただの希望的観測にしか過ぎないんだってこと。もしもダメだったら、どれだけ時間をかけても最良の解決法を見つけ出せなかったら。確かにあの子は有能だけど、神様なんかじゃなくて人間だ。長い時間をかけて見つけ出した問題が思っていたよりも大きくて、夏目鈴にはとてもじゃないけど解決できるようなものじゃなかったら、そういうのを全部無視して、まあ大丈夫だろうって楽観視を決め込んで、私はユーマとここで一緒に暮らして、あの子たちを忘れられるか。
Shinku shakes her head, her hair swaying.
ダメだ、そんなことできない。それじゃあの子たちを見殺しにしたのも当然だ。だとすると、やっぱりユーマがあの場所へ戻るのが一番の方法なんだろうって思う。あの子たちを自由にするにはそれが最善なんだ。
You know, Shinku is going to earn best girl status if her reaction to all this is like, alright, fine, I'll let you return to the Great Library of the Beyond. But I swear, upon the fucking name of you yourself. Yeah, I'm swearing upon God, apparently. Goddamn swearing to the fucking Great Library itself. I will never, ever, ever, ever fulfill my wish in life. Just so I can come the fuck back to the library and talk to you again. Like, even if you throw me out, forcibly put me into another world, with another life, I'm coming back. I know. Only option is to have me go back there. I'll see a way in which everything will be solved without issue.
私はそんなのは嫌だと思ってる。私はユーマが好きだ。大好きだ。ずっと一緒にいたい。
Like, I'm still betting that either she is somehow going to end up like co-manager of the Great Library. Shigure is going to become the new manager. Or Suzu is going to become the new manager. One of the three.
でも、今の私のこの好きは恋とは違うかもしれない。本物じゃないのかもしれない。それを知るには時間が足りない。ああ、ユーマ、教えてくれよ。私は何を求めればいいんだ。私はユーマと一緒にいられなくなるのも嫌だけど、あの子たちを見殺しにしてしまうのも絶対に
She buries her face in her hands and shakes her head.
わからないよ、ユーマ。私はもう何もわからない。嫌だ。こんなの嫌だ。
Because the world sucks!
痛いよ、ユーマ。胸が苦しい。ズキズキ、ズキズキ。痛いんだ。
Cast my gaze towards the horizon, maintain my silence.
そうだ。ユーマ、思い出したぞ。あの本屋の力は今混乱してしまっているんだろ。そんな状態にある中でユーマが考えているような方法でちゃんと元に戻れるのか。今あそこはユーマが住んでいた頃とは違う。混乱だ、暴走だ。そんな状況にあるあの場所が正常に機能するだなんて思えない。願いを叶えようが叶えまいが、どんな選択をしようが、どちらにしろ結局ユーマはあそこへ戻れるんじゃないのか。だってユーマはあの場所でずっと暮らしていたんだろう。だったらそれくらい都合がいいことが起こったっていいじゃないか。
I can't, Shinku. I can't act on baseless speculations. The situation is too dire for me to just pray for a miracle. And one's safety is riding on us.
でもだけど
Shinku, hold her hand as lightly as I can. Her eyes swim with tears as she looks up at me. Those tears break my heart. They were merely an inevitability written into this fake... Were they merely an inevitability written into this fake story? Or were they a product of genuine sadness she was feeling? I don't know. I don't, but I still cast my gaze down to the ground, unable to bear seeing her weep like this. I have to return to that place, Shinku. I can't stay here. That is the decision I've arrived at.
ユーマ、私は
I'll never forget you. I'll never forget you, Shinku. Even after I return to that place, no matter what happens, I swear to you that I'll never forget you, ever again. Even if I can't tell you that I love you. Please, God, if you're listening, just grant me this one thing. Sorry, Shinku. Stay strong and don't be afraid. Pull her small body towards me and plant a kiss on her forehead. Then I release her, let go of her hand and avert my gaze.
そうだろう。
She clings tightly and desperately to my arm.
まさかこれで終わり？これでさよなら？
10. I'm a liberator, Shinku. That's how I lived in my life in this world. So I have to go and set everybody free. It's my final task.
やだよ、ユーマ。こんなさよなら。私は嫌だ。私の恋が知りたい。ユーマと一緒にそれを知りたい。
5.
でも私はまだ何も知らないままなんだ。
4.
もっともっとこれからたくさんのことを知って、二人で偽物を、本物の気持ちを知っていけるはずだったんだ。
3. Shake my head. 2. Can't live that life with you, Shinku. Those are the rules. 1.
ルールがなんだよ。それでも私はお前のことが。
0. Road roller. I shut the book in my hands. The end. This world is now no more. Instantly the town is filled with the hustle and bustle of life again. But it hurts. Space next to me, my hand, my heart, they're all empty. From here on out, I'll have to face every trial, every tragedy, every lonely moment without her comfort. I'll be alone, all alone, forever. I gaze up at the sky again. It's beautiful blue. There's not a feather in sight. I'm sorry. She was returned to the other world by now. Probably trying her hardest not to cry after being used and manipulated so much in this awful dream. I wonder if she hates me now for all the horrible things I did to her. So sorry, Shinku. God truly is an imperfect being.
ユーマさん。
I turn around and find Kana standing there.
どうしたんですかこんなところで。もうお昼ご飯ですよ。
She tells me that she came looking for me after she couldn't find me anywhere in the dorm, to which I ask her, Hey Kana, what's the date today? What month and year?
今日ですか？どうしてそんなこと聞くんですか？
No reason, just curious.
そうなんですか？
Yeah, so, do you happen to know?
はい、今日はですね。
She proceeds to tell me the day, month, and year. Appears to be the very day 5 years ago. Some day I wish to return to as I tried to wipe Shinku's from my memory.
それがどうしたんですか？
There's anxiety in her voice, but I shake my head. Nah, it's nothing. If I couldn't fulfill my wish to fall in love, then I decided it would be best to forget about you completely. To me, that was the easiest way to give up on finding love. However, I won't forget Shinku ever again. Till death and even beyond death. I'll remember her forever and ever. I look to my side and see nothing. Nothing but a large empty space. Symbolizes the regret I'll always carry with me from the decision I made on this day. And the tangible proof that my heartfelt wish was something that was never meant to be. It hurts. My heart aches so much. Made the right choice though. This was for the best. Let's go, Kana. I bet everyone's waiting on us.
はい。でも、大丈夫ですかユマさん。どこか様子が変ですけど。
Smile and reassure her that I'm fine.
私はきっと誰も好きになるようなことはないよ。
Shingo's words suddenly echoed in my mind and shed a few tears. But unlikely, I'll remain alone for the rest of my life too. This thing's still fucking going. Years passed and passed. Eventually, my life came to an end. With an unfulfilled wish in my heart, my soul traveled to the beyond. I hear a grating sound. There's the prison of souls. Look around the place. Oh, how it's changed in my time away. Ominous black clouds loom in the air everywhere. They sway menacingly. Those wild, power-hungry creatures. I don't know what they've become. Or that they likely don't fully understand their own existence either. Those sad creatures are like forgotten toys gathering dust in the attic. I'm back. Oh, how long it's been since I was last in this library. Here I am, though, back at last. It's time to change your appearance back to what it ought to be. The very realm itself seemed to be jerking erratically, all because I, its manager, have returned. Once those black cloud creatures that snuck in here during my absence noticed my presence, they skitter and scurry away. Whether they fully understood what was happening or were in complete ignorance, those bastards seemed to have enjoyed the havoc they were able to wreak. After making sure every last one of them is gone, I locked the door that connects this place to the outside. The doorbell that Suzu returned is also there. Now everything's back to normal. I'm not quite human, not quite a god. But even so, I'm going to reclaim my position as manager of this place. Sorry, everyone. Just as I promised, I set Kana, Mio, and the others free and to return to the real world, which is no longer frozen in time. So sorry for causing you all so much suffering. Ever since the day when Shinku and I said our farewells, I've been working as a liberator alongside Suzu, running around and trying to save the lives that have been targeted by this place. However, to no avail, success rate remained a flat 0%. Still, despite how long it took me to get here, I'm finally at peace. I placed down the books I brought here with me. Susan and I had gathered these books over the course of our work as liberators. Those foul creatures who had invaded this place had thrown them out as some sort of sick prank. Just so tired. So unbelievably exhausted. Decided to put the books on the shelves later. Right now, all I want is to sleep. I want to close my eyes and think of you. Shinku. For so many years, So many tens of years. My heart has been empty. Even so, I could say that I lived a happy life. Thanks to the wonderful people around me. Kana remained as sweet and endearing as always, all throughout the years. You continued to support me throughout my life, always sighing and bemoaning my hopelessness. I felt bad about it all and once suggested they find someone else, get married and live a happy life with them. Kana cried. Mio, well, she just stared at me angrily. I don't know why they reacted like that. Also, crazily enough, Tsukasa became richer than any of us. Yet she still continued to lament her lack of breasts and how they never grew. When I consoled her, though, she would always perk right back up, just like she used to. I do adore the fact that Tsukasa is just like, ah yes, I am the rich bitch of the friend group now. Oh, I would never get implants, Oni-san. That's cheating. I have to grow big boobs naturally. Spouting silly lines like that or revering me as a god. I never did stop. Funny that she was the one that knew the most. She was aware he was a god from the very start. At this point, I can't help but find it ironic that she called me a god. In the next life, I'll make sure she has big old titties. Gil continued to play games with me for the rest of my life. Even when I was feeling down, she paid no mind to that and kept me company. Thank you all so much. Words can't express the gratitude I feel. I'm Suzu. I'm not even saying what they did, huh? Haku and Ren, and all the other inhabitants of all the various worlds. You all worked hard to bring me happiness. I loved them all so dearly, even if they weren't real in the truest sense. Still, all I wanted was to be with Shinku. The life with her I'd sacrificed, our future, which was never meant to be. Never I thought back on it, my chest would ache with regret, and I'd begin to question whether or not I'd truly made the right choice. Where are you right now, and what are you doing? Have you fallen in love with someone else? I could glimpse into her life now that I'm here. I know I could. I'm scared to. If she's with someone not me, or she had forgotten all about me. What if I no longer existed in her mind? I don't even want to imagine it. It would break my heart. Sonny just kicks down the door. I'm here, bitch! Fall asleep. I'll never leave this place. Ever again. It'll be my prison for all eternity. The cage around my soul. I love you, Shinku. I love you so much. After those words, which I was never allowed to say to her. It's true. Always have. Always will. I love Nikaido Shinku. This is it. The end. This world has reached its end. With it, my story came to a conclusion. Close my eyes, hoping that I'll be able to find happiness in my dreams at least. I can still hear her voice calling to me in my mind. Open my eyelids. Right. Almost forgot. I have work to do. I'm a robot and I must continue my essential work. First I need to put away all the books I brought back with me. The ones that Susan and I retrieved, which I left out yesterday. I go and pick them up. It's time for us to talk about what your next life will be. Open the book one by one and call upon the souls inside before discussing things with them. Listen carefully and attentively to all of them, then bestow upon them enough power to make their wishes come true. Goodbye and good luck. I'll forever be praying that you complete your journey safely. See you off, countless souls. Please. Please take me with you, I think to myself. I promise. This time I promise that I'll live my life to the fullest and without regret. I know, though, I can't. But I myself, it's impossible. I open the next book. I made my decision, so now I have to live with it. Then something strange happens. Hey God, the girl who appears from the next book says. I know you. Huh? Look at her dubiously. I wish she can for the life of me remember. I'm sorry, I don't think I know you. You don't remember? I asked you to help me escape from that malicious god. I was your client. Oh, Riot. So this is her! I remember now. Well, this is fucking awkward. It was the girl with the large tag on her face, which hid her features like a mask. Oh, that's I, isn't it? I remember Susan telling me afterwards that it was customary for the sacrifice in that world to wear them. You're that girl. She nods. Though I can't see her face or any part of her, I imagine that she's smiling warmly. Well, it's certainly been a long time. Suzu kept your book safe ever since she and Scott and I went to retrieve it. Upon returning here, I brought it along with several others. What a coincidence that the book belonged to someone I'd met. I'm sorry we couldn't save you. It's okay, don't worry about it, she responds, shaking her head, an amicable tone in her voice. I actually wanted to thank you. Me? Uh-huh. I don't deserve to be thanked, not in the slightest. Oh, but you do. Thanks to you, I was able to find the courage to save my parents. I was so sad and lonely back then, but now I'm glad that things ended up as they did. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you, too. Suddenly, I hear another voice. It's another soul whose name I don't know. Who are you? I'm another one like her. I was chosen to be taken here, but you did everything you could to save me. Oh, he was one of the souls which Susan and I helped. We desperately tried to find a way for him to escape the clutches of the chaotic library, but in the end we weren't able to save him. You did everything you could to save me, and I'll never forget that. He then departs for his next journey. I want to thank you too. You made me happy. The next soul smiles at me. If you're able, please convey my thanks to the lady who was with you as well. Souls continued to appear that day, one after another, smiling at me. Thank you. I'm the one who's grateful to all of you. I finally feel at peace. Our never-changing 0% success rate. It often made me feel as though our efforts were in vain. Sometimes I'd even consider it, that there might not even be any point in continuing our work. However, perhaps what we did wasn't as meaningless and fruitless as I thought. That's what I want to believe now. Something tells me I'm not actually going to finish this today. Eventually, after bidding farewell to all the souls I met that day, the library fell quiet. Suddenly I hear melodious laughter. I turn around. Standing there is the first girl who I met that day. The girl whom I failed to set free with the large tag masking her. Aren't you going? After nodding, she speaks to me. I actually know all about you. Huh? Oh, yeah, you already told me that, though. No, what I meant to say is I've known you since before that. You and I have known each other for a long, long time. What do you mean? The girl places a finger on her chin as she chooses her words. You don't know who I am? I don't think so. Yep, there we go.
この声だったら聞き覚えはないかな。意地悪な神様?
I squint at her. Tell me if I'm mistaken, but...
いいよ。
I know a girl whose voice sounds a lot like yours. She and I spoke about all sorts of things here a long time ago.
そうだね。
That girl was Shinku's sister.
そう。それが私。お姉ちゃんの妹の愛だよ。
B.I. Why do you look like that, though?
正確には一つ前の私が愛だったってことだね。今の私は別の人だから。驚いた?
Yeah?
やった。
The girl raises her hand in a cheer.
大成功。
Did what?
人を驚かすなんて面白いよね。私こういうの大好きだよ。というかここであなたと一緒にこの体に生まれ変わるのを決めたでしょ。それなのに覚えてないの？ 本当に驚かれるなんて思わなかった。むしろこっちが驚きだよ。
Sorry, but I don't remember. I've talked to numerous souls during my time here, so I can't exactly remember all the specific details concerning each and every one. If I wanted to remember someone, I'd note down the conversations we had in my diary, but I never interacted with them once they'd set off to their next life.
そっか。まあ、別にいいけどね。
The girl who used to be Nikaido Ai then proceeds to explain to me what had happened to her. After speaking with her in the library, she'd embarked on a journey to find the love of her life, Kanoe Yuma.
でもね、やっぱり今回もダメだった。私はユーマと付き合うどころか、この人生ではあの人と出会うこともできなかったんだよ。
Yes, things don't always go according to plan, huh? She remarks, shooting at me a light-hearted smile. I'm sorry. If I hadn't cut your life short as Nikaido Ai, your wish would have been fulfilled. Come on, I already told you to worry about that. She responds with a laugh.
人生の目的は一つじゃないといけない決まりはどこにもないよね。だから今回はユーマと恋することじゃなくて、大好きなお父さんとお母さんを守ることにしたんだよ。それは愛だった私ができなかったことの一つだから。
You mean when you accepted your fate to be a sacrifice to the chaos that ruled over this place? She said with a
あ
nod.
の時はありがとう。二階堂愛だった記憶は忘れてしまっていたけれど、それでも私の手を引いてくれる神様の手に勇気をもらえたよ。頑張れ、諦めるな、走り続けろ、そう言ってくれたから、今回も私のお父さんとお母さんになってくれた二人を守ることができたんだよ。私は大好きなお父さんとお母さんを守ることができた。それが果たせただけでも今回の私の人生は大成功だったけど、神様、私ね、あなたのことを助けに来たんだよ。
What? Take a moment for my mind to process what you just said. What do you mean by that? You want to save me?
そうだよ。それが今回の私の最終目標。一人ぼっちで寂しがり屋な神様を私が助けに来たんだよ。
I'm sorry, I still don't get it. Could you explain to me in a simpler terms?
あの後、
ん？
今の私がここへ連れてこられちゃった後のことだね。私はこの場所で本にされて、そこの本棚に並べられた。すると不思議だった。さっきまで自分が二階堂愛だったことなんて忘れてたのに、たちまち全部を思い出したの。あなたとここで話したことも、お姉ちゃんが大好きだったことも、ユーマを愛していたことも、だけどもっと不思議だったこと。どこを見てもここにあなたはいなかった。代わりに気持ちの悪い変な奴らで溢れてた。すぐに分かったよ。そいつらがあなたのいなくなったこの場所で私たちが生きているたくさんの世界にいたずらをしているんだって。私はね、神様、何をやってるの？どうしてこんな奴らに勝手をさせてるの？って思ったけど、でもね、私は安心したんだよ、神様。
You realized what?
あなたはこの場所を出られないって言ってたけど、でもそうじゃなかったんだって。あなたはここから外へ出ることができたんだって。そしてもしかしたら神様はお姉ちゃんに会いに行ってくれたんじゃないかって、そう思ったの。
Yuma and I had to leave her, and she was all alone. But you'd gone to be with her, so she wouldn't have to feel lonely. She continues.
うん、きっとあなたはお姉ちゃんを幸せにしてくれる。それを信じていたから、私はあなたのことを助けようって思ったの。
I'm completely incapable of making her happy.
できるよ。 あなたにならお姉ちゃんを笑顔にできる。いっつも眉間にシワを寄せていたお姉ちゃんを幸せにできる。
I can't.
できるんだよ。私はそれを信じてる。だって私はここからずっと見てたんだよ。二人、やっぱり神様はお姉ちゃんに会いに行ってくれていた。でもなんだかちょっと変な感じにお姉ちゃんとあなたは入り組んでいた。素直に好きだと相手に伝えられない二人がもどかしかった。何やってるの？そんなんじゃないよって私思ったの。私はお姉ちゃんみたいに上手に言えないけど、でもね、全然違うよ、そうじゃないんだよってわかるんだ。諦めるなんて思わないでよ、神様。それってなんだかとっても悲しいよ。だから私が神様を助けようと思ったの。あなたが留守にしているこの場所に入り込んだ変な奴らを追い払って、そしてお姉ちゃんが生きてる時間を楽しいことで溢れさせようって。
That's why I decided to come and save you, for her sake, she mumbles with a small nod.
だけど本にされたままじゃ何もできなくて、それでも何かをしなきゃって、なんだか焦って気持ちばかりで叫んでジタバタしてたら、本にされたままここからあいつらに追い出されちゃった。
I see.
うん。それでどうやってまたここに戻ろうかと思ってたら、あなたが私の本を見つけてくれて、そしてこうして運んでくれたの。あなたが私の本を開いてくれるまで、今日まで時間がかかっちゃったけど、それでもきっと大丈夫だよ。遅すぎることなんか何もないよね。
I'm not entirely sure about this. Exactly this is all about.
だから言ったでしょ、私はあなたを助けに来たんだよ。私が神様の代わりにここに残るよ。
So that I don't have to? She nods.
たくさんの人を自由にするために神様は今日まで頑張ってきたんだもん。今度は神様が自由になる番だよ。
Can't have that.
どうしてダメなの？
Because I never was able to set anyone free. So I don't deserve freedom. I myself at a loss for what to say. I don't actually want. I myself don't even know the answer to that question.
ありがとう。あなたのおかげだよ。
What?
この場所に理不尽に囚われていた人たちは全員元に戻って、終わりかけていた私たちの世界も元に戻った。そう、みんな幸せになれたんだよ。たった一人だけ、私のお姉ちゃんを除いてみんな幸せ。お姉ちゃんは今も一人で泣いてるよ。
She was crying.
そうだよ。助けたい子供たちは戻ってきたけど、そうして私たちの世界は助かったけど、でもまた一人でお姉ちゃんは研究室にこもってるんだよ。
I'm going to be spoiling the ever-loving motherfucking goddamn shit out of Utavaru Mono real quick. So, I'ma just open the menu screen while I'm talking about this. Not there, don't want to look at this bitch. I'm just opening the menu screen so you are aware, hey, the menu screen is still open, he is still talking the big spoiler. And I mean like, the big spoiler. I don't mean spoilers for Prelude to the Fallen. I don't mean spoilers for Mask of Deception. I mean spoilers for fucking Mask of Truth, which is aka spoilers for all 3 games at once. This is literally just the ending of Mask of Truth, except instead Yuma is Hakuolo and I is Haku currently. Like literally just like, listen up. There's a girl out there waiting for you, so I'm throwing you out of here and taking over. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that's so fucking funny. It's literally just Mask of Truth. Ugh.
もう研究することもなくなっちゃって、一日中誰にも会わずに本ばかり読んでる。
Books.
本の中に住む魔法使いを探しているのかもしれないね。魔女がそうしていたように。そして自分の願いを叶えてもらおうとしてるんじゃないかな。
Shinku's wish.
それくらいのこと、ここから覗けば簡単にわかるでしょ。
Seemed to be a bit exasperated, but couldn't check in on her because I was too scared of what I might see. Didn't want to know what Shinku was doing in her life right now. So quite frankly, I was surprised to hear what had happened to her from I.
ねえ、どうしてお姉ちゃんを一人にしたの？お姉ちゃんの幸せをちゃんと考えてくれたの？爪が甘いよ神様。一人にするなら一人にするで、どうしてお姉ちゃんの記憶を消しておかなかったの？それともあなたがお姉ちゃんを忘れないって誓ったように、お姉ちゃんもあなたのことを覚えているようにと考えたの？そんなのはずいぶん勝手だね。
I know I won't make excuses. I didn't mean for this to happen. It just ended up that way. Actually, that's not quite right. The truth is that I couldn't bring myself to wipe Shinku's memory. I thought of her forgetting about me. I thought of her one day arriving at this place and asking me who I am. It's soul crushing. So that was why I did what I did.
お姉ちゃんはいつも強がってるけど、でもね、自分が寂しいって思ってることにもなかなか気づけないくらい寂しがり屋な女の子なんだよ。だから私はユーマと結婚してもずっとお姉ちゃんと一緒に暮らそうと思ってたのに。だからね、神様、そんなお姉ちゃんの自分でも気づけていない大きな寂しさを拭ってあげられるのはあなたしかいないんだって思うの。だってお姉ちゃんは今でもずっと。お願い、神様、お姉ちゃんを笑顔にしてよ。
There's just no way I can do that. I have no idea how to make her smile. So I can't just turn you into a sacrifice in order to go see her.
それなら
She paused briefly to take a deep mental breath before saying what she's going to say next.
もう一度作ろうよ。
Make what?
神様と魔女が作った色とりどりの世界。偽物だったあの世界をもう一度、今度は私たち二人で作って本物にしよう。
What?
その世界でもう一度お姉ちゃんと一緒に暮らしてよ。
Where's this idea coming from? Is there even any point to doing that?
意味ならあるよ。あなたは最善の場所と方法で私のお姉ちゃんを笑顔にする責任があるの。あなたのことを忘れられないお姉ちゃんを幸せにする責任があるの。
My duty.
そしてもう一つ大切なことを忘れてる。
What's that?
あなたと魔女が作ったお姉ちゃんの願いを叶えるためのその場所で生まれてきた人たちはまだ誰一人として幸せになれていないままこの本屋の本棚に並んでいるよ。
Well,
あの学生寮にあなたと一緒に住んでいた人たち、みんなのことだよ。あなたは一度お姉ちゃんのためにあの子たちの写本の願いを叶えたけれど、でもそれをなかったことにしてる。5年前に戻りお姉ちゃんと別れるっていう選択をして リセットしてしまってる。
I reset things back to the period where, before I began to fulfill each of their wishes. Why did I decide to go back to that point in time specifically? It's because I wanted everything involving Shinku to be undone. Simultaneously, though, I wouldn't forget about her. As long as she existed within me, that was all that mattered. Truly believed
と
that.
にかくもう一度、あなたはあの子たちの願いを叶えていかなくちゃいけないの。お姉ちゃんと一緒に。
But why?
それはあの子たちを作ったあなたの責任だよ。言ってみれば、あの子たちはあなたの子供みたいなものでしょ。ここでこうして他の子たちの願いを聞いてあげてる場合じゃないんだよ。自分の子供を助けられないでどうするの？そしてお願い、今度はお姉ちゃんを笑顔にするために生きてよ。
Find your happiness, God, she
こ
says.
こで誰かの幸せを願うのなら、まずは自分が十分以上に幸せじゃないとダメだよ。
I can't do that, though. I just can't.
どうして？
There's not nearly enough space to create a new world. Two worlds that are carbon copies of one another cannot coexist in the same time axis. That spatial restriction is what prevents me from simply creating a new world.
何言ってるの？別に前と同じ時間の枠内にこだわらなくてもいいじゃない。そうしないといけない理由はどこにもないよ。すでに終わってしまった世界はたくさんある。何千何万と空白の時間は余ってる。その席を埋めればいいだけだよ。
That is a valid point, actually. Still, the gaps in space and time that those worlds used to occupy, aren't those gaps only there because they're necessary to something or someone?
あのね、
I heaves a sigh.
融通が利かないのは神様の悪いところだって私は思うな。それともまた偽物を作るのに気が引ける？
That might be it. Yet you were perfectly fine creating a new world when it served. You were perfectly fine creating a new world when it served. When its purpose was to fulfill my sister's wish? I asked, exasperated. You don't think that's kind of selfish? Maybe.
たとえ作り出したものが偽物だと誰かに罵られたとしても、それを本物以上に愛する人がいるなら、それは何よりも価値のあるものだよ。
What?
偽物の価値はあなたが決めるの。どこかで拾った石ころを磨いて磨いてダイヤモンドにするんだよ。さあ始めようよ。お姉ちゃんとあなたの願いを叶えるためのお話を一緒に書こう。そして新しい物語を書き終わったら、ここを管理する権利を私に渡してくれる？
Do you really think I'd agree to that?
思わないよ。神様は偽善者だもんね。
It's not very nice, you know. A wry smile rises to my lips.
それならこう言うよ。私はあなたを許さない。
Why is that?
二階堂愛だった私はあなたに無理やりここに連れてこられたんだよ。それなのに私の最初で最後のお願いを聞いてくれないとか言うんなら、ずっとずっとあなたのことを恨むから。
That's not fair at all. I smile as though is it not?
とにかく私にここを譲ってくれないと許さないよ。永遠に。いつまでもいつまでも私はあなたを大嫌いになるから。これから先お姉ちゃんがここに戻ってきた時は言いつけてやるんだから。あなたに私はいじめられちゃったんだよって。
I really don't want that to happen.
でしょ？だったらほら書こうよ。新しい物語を私と一緒に。
Left with little choice, I pull out a book about a world which ended long, long ago. She and I proceed to write a new story in that space. Innumerable imitations and innumerable fake details. A world in which nothing will go according to plan, yet a world in which everything will exceed expectations. A world which I will love more than anything and value more than its real counterpart.
質問。
Yeah?
ねえ、どうしてこの人をこんな具合に配置するの？今の本人と全然違うよね。しかもこの人はお姉ちゃんと同じように本物の世界から本人を引っ張ってくるんだね。
Well, you see, she'd always pull all sorts of mean pranks on me, so I figured it wouldn't hurt to get a little bit of revenge. With Ai's assistance, I continued drafting up this new colorful
完
world.
成？
Yeah, more or less. It wouldn't be any fun to go into too much detail. If I write down anything more than just the basic setting, there'd be no point in living there anymore. I giggled. What's so funny?
なんだか嬉しそうだね。神様。
I do.
ツンデレ？
No. Definitely not. Just a tad bit anxious. What about you?
うん。
What are you gonna do now? Are you fully aware of what it means to be the manager of this place?
わかってるよ。私はここから出られない。永遠に。そういうことでしょ。
I nod.
別にいいよ、そんなのは。むしろ私はそうしたいの。
How come?
私、思ったんだけど、ユーマのことを探しても見つからないのなら、ここで待っていればいいんじゃないかって。ここは死んだ命が必ずやってくる場所なんだから、そう遠くない未来にユーマはここにやってくるよね。私はそれを待っていようって思ったの。そしてユーマと出会えたら、私はここでユーマと一緒に暮らすよ。
That's...
いい考えでしょ？
She smiles. However, I can't help but doubt that it'll be as easy as she seems to believe. Would the other Kanoe Yuma really agree to live here with her? Live with her here? Not only that, but she'd still despise me. Would he really agree to I sacrificing her freedom to give me mine?
この本屋さんの管理を私に任せてくれる？どうしたらいいの？何をしたらこの場所は私を認めてくれる？
I'm sorry. With my apologies, she cocks her head to one side and stares at me blankly. I know we've already spent a lot of time on this, but after thinking about it again, it's just not going to work. Sure, Shinku did tell me that she loved me, but that was only so we could save everyone. Just can't imagine that she'd still be waiting for me after how long it's been since.
嫌い。
She smacks me on the head. Ow.
ぐじぐじぐじぐじ。同じ会話をいつまでも繰り返して。本当に嫌いだよ。そんな湿っぽい男の子。私は嫌い。大嫌い。それになんだかお姉ちゃんを悪く言われたみたいで、とっても嫌だよ。今の言葉。
You need to touch the doorbell. Touch the doorbell and make a wish to be the new occupant here. Once you do that, my role will transfer to you and you'll be the official manager.
たったそれだけ？
Yes, nothing more than that. I can't touch the doorbell, but right now you can.
なんだ、簡単なんだね。もっと突拍子もないものを想像してたのに。
The next second, I does exactly what I instructed her to without a moment's pause. Hesitation. I mean...
これで私は神様になれたのかな？
Guess so.
あんまり何かが変わったようには思えないけど、私は私のままだって感じだよ。ベルに触れる前と何も変わってないから。
Well, don't you remember what I told you? I'm not a god.
なるほど。確かにそうだね。
She nods. Then her face breaks into an awkward smile.
でも、悪くない気分だよ。こういうのも。
With that, I opens the door.
生きて。
Huh? She looks up at me with a smile on her face.
心も体もあらゆる意味で生きていくことを諦めないで。 みんなの願いを叶えてお姉ちゃんの笑顔を守って、そしてあなたも思い通りの恋をして、あなたにはそれを全部叶える責任があるの。
Oh, that's certainly a lot of wishes to fulfill. Doesn't that sound a little greedy to you? Let out a small
欲
chuckle.
張りだっていいじゃない。あれもこれも欲しがっていいんだよ。人と自分に優しくできるならそれでいいの。
Ah, yes. All you have to do is treat those around you with kindness, and you've earned the right to ask for the things that you want. Well, the thing I want is your life. You already knew that was coming when it was like sliding over to the side.
叶えられる願いは一つだけじゃなくてもいいんだよ。あなたの望むすべてのことを私がここから全部を叶えてあげるから。
Wow, isn't no god sure is charitable.
私は融通の利かない誰かとは違うから。
You're not wrong about that.
お姉ちゃんによろしくね。私が大好きだったよって言ってたの。伝えてね。
Actually, can't this new world just have like a copy eye as well? Before I go,
何？
I just want to let you know I won't forget you.
嫌だよ。忘れて。きれいさっぱり忘れてよ。私はあなたのことなんか覚えていたくないもの。
You are mad at me, aren't you?
さあ、どうでしょう。
Like another soul just like stands next to him suddenly. Women, am I right? Anyways, can you please leave now? I'm waiting for my turn. And I'm starting to get impatient. I've watched you write that weird world for like an hour now. I just want to get out of here. It's boring. Shiku's sister, so there was once Nikaido Ai, shoots me that characteristic carefree smile of hers. My eyes wander across this divine sanctum that I've called my home for so long. How many years has it been since I first came here? Undoubtedly, a number so large that no one would be able to count it. I've met so many souls and seen so many worlds in that time. As a result, I do hold some degree of attachment to this place. I know that my predecessor was very open about his disdain for this place, but the days I spent here, I can't say that they were all that bad. As I reflect back on them now, I feel a tiny pang of sadness in my chest. Ai's voice abruptly stops my trip down memory lane.
いつかまたこの場所で最果ての古書店で会いましょう。
Down to the last moment, she is the wingman to end all wingmen. Save us. I hear a voice. Save us from this place. It's the sweet voice of someone whom I love so dearly. Please, I beg of you, save us. I, Nikaido Shinku, open my eyes. Then I rub my eyelids to wipe away all that faint, lingering afterimage from the dream I just woke up from. It's morning. Another bright, wonderful day is about to begin. Stir in my bed. Sliding beneath my covers, I heave a thin breath, too quiet to be called a sigh. Today marks exactly 1 year since I returned to this world, and time began moving once more.
1年。あれからもう1年が経つのか。
This country on the brink of death. This country was on the brink of death, but in a matter of seconds, swaths of people returned to it. One by one, the people who had been taken away began to return to this world. It's as if they'd all awoken from a nightmare as they reappeared like shadows. Among them, of course, were my precious students. They all returned home safe and sound. The town has now returned to its former state. It's full of life, just as it always used to be.
ありがとう、ユーマ。
He stuck to his promise and saved this beloved country of mine along with my precious children. Just like that, he gave my world back to me. Everything is now fully restored and functioning as it had been before this all began. I doubt that! The fucking economy is in shambles, probably! At the very least, the amount of food that has spoiled... Literally every form of food production is probably going to have to start anew. And that is going to cost. And that is nothing to say about the fucking just natural decay of the world that had happened since they vanished.
すごいよな。たった1年で全てが元に戻るだなんて。
I don't think 1 year would be enough for all that. But I do admire the fortitude of this country's people. They're all so much stronger than I am, each and every one of them. Even though they've lost the common enemy of the beyond, no one fights or quarrels, no wars have broken out. We're living in a world without conflict, country of peace and harmony. This country's country, all dreams come true. The kind adults of this world will fulfill... The kind adults of this world will fulfill the wishes of all of my dear students. Despite that, Yuma, I'm all alone. I still think of him every single day. The boy whom I'd lived alongside for so long as his partner. The boy whom I'd set off on a journey to fulfill those wishes.
ユーマ、お前のおかげでこの国は元通り平和になったけど、いや、以前よりもずっと国中の結束力は高まって平和の色は濃くなったけど、
Still, I can't help but think.
誰かが消えなくちゃ明日を見れない世界だなんて、そんなのは本当に平和になったと言えるのかな。
Remember something Yuma once said. They all live blissfully unaware of the fact that their world only exists because of the sacrifices of others. The way the world is now is different. Is no different to how it was when the library was running amok.
誰かの命と願いを踏み台にして成り立つ平和に意味があるの。
Get out of bed. Time to get ready for school. Change out of pajamas, put on my school uniform, and then do my hair. After that, I cook some rice and have some, along with some miso soup for breakfast. Before I head out, I touch the desk where Yuma and I would write his diary entries together.
最近私は思うんだ。本当は何もかも全部夢だったんじゃないかって。
Maybe all those days I spent with him are nothing more than a dream I dreamt while I was asleep in this world. No, maybe that Yuma never existed. Love you. Maybe it was merely a figment of my imagination. The perfect character for me that my mind created within that dream. I don't want to say goodbye, not like this. These memories I've been bottling up within my heart for this entire year still feel as vivid and real as they did then. It's all just a dream, though. That's what I'm beginning to think. My proof lies in the fact that...
隣にお前がいないんだ。
I shut my eyelids. Yuma's gone. I'm all alone. However, I know that, more than anything, is proof that those days were real.
学校行こう。
It's time to go through another day without Yuma. Hey!
暑い。
She just opens her door and Yuma's... She just opens the door and Yuma's just standing there like... Ah yes, hello. Have you some time to speak about our Lord and Savior, I? Just goes full televangelist or something. Ah, less televangelist, more Jehovah's Witnesses. Summertime. It's one of my least favorite seasons. Same. Feels as though some invisible force is acting on me and forcing me to recall all those memories I want to lock away within my heart. Not because of that, it's just fucking hot. That's why I hate it. My destination seems so far away. I hang my head as I trudge along the route to school. This distance feels infinitely long. It's taking
こ
forever.
んなの二人で歩けばあっという間だったのに。
The cicadas are chirping. The waves are roaring. I stop in my tracks.
ダメだな、私は。
No matter how many times I make this commute alone, I never seem to get used to it. Can't help but be conscious of my empty hand. The road stretching out before me seems to sway like a shimmer of heat. Just don't feel dizzy.
ダメだ、こんなんじゃいけない。
My legs no longer able to move, feel as heavy as lead. Crouch down, holding my knees.
痛い。
I grimace against the painful cramps. This land is a land where all dreams come true. It's my home and a place I love so dearly. It's a place where I was allowed to sing of freedom with a smile on her face. It's a place where our childhood friend Yuma was allowed to grumble and complain every now and then. Still,
すべての願いを叶えるとは言っても、当然無理なことはある。
human capability has natural limits after all. For example, the dead can't be brought back to life, neither can new life be created from nothing.
おかしいな。
Yuma says,
どう
fuck
いう
you!
ことだよ。誰もお前のことを覚えてないんだ。私だけで覚えているのは、誰も誰一人としてお前を知らないって言うんだよ。
Not Kana, not Mio, not anyone. Breaks my heart. After all you did and all you sacrificed. You took Kana's hand, you chided me, you saved this world all by yourself.
なのに誰もお前を知らないって言うんだ。
Also, every month I'd get sent a postcard from the government department responsible for overseeing citizens' wishes. What do you wish for? Almost read like a recruitment letter from one of those shady fanatical religious organizations. They were always a point of contention between I and Yuma. I loved them, Yuma hated them. Well, those two thought is none of my concern anymore, though. I should leave memories like that in the past. Anyhow, my wish remained unchanged. At this moment, I responded to their government survey with the exact same wish 12 times over. The answer that inevitably ends up in my mailbox also never changes. Not possible. It's an official notice that they attempted everything they could, but concluded that the wish could not be completed.
私の願いは誰にも叶えられない。
Yuma. The cacophony of midsummer sounds assault my eardrums.
私は
In order to save my children, I was supposed to teach Yuma about love. Apparently that was why the colorful world was
だ
created.
から私はユーマに恋をさせようと頑張ったけど、
May your wish be granted. Every time I met one of those children who greatly resembled my students, I would recite that wish. However, there came a point where I realized that Yuma didn't want to fall in love with someone else. He wanted to stay with me. I can still recall the overwhelming sense of relief I felt at that moment.
あの時は自分の気持ちがよくわからなかった。どうしてこんなにほっとしてしまうのか。
I pictured Yuma telling someone other than me that he loved them. For some reason, it felt like I wanted to disappear from this world, from this universe, from everything. I couldn't bear the thought of him confessing his love to someone else. Yet now, ironically enough, he's the one who disappeared from my side. Yuma. If you spend quality, meaningful time with someone who's important to you day after day, then eventually feelings of love will blossom naturally. That was the solution I'd arrived at to solve the mystery of love. Yuma and I. The time we spent together and the experience we cultivated in the colorful world, that was my answer. Now that you're gone, I finally realize.
私はユーマ、お前が本当に大好きだったんだ。
Once I say those words aloud, the pain in my stomach worsens. My empty hand, it's always searching for Yuma's unconsciously. When I'm eating alone in my apartment, when I'm lying on my spacious bed with my eyes closed, when I'm walking these roads in midsummer, all alone. I always wonder how my life would be different if Yuma were here with me. Those thoughts raced through my mind as I clenched my empty fist. Yuma. Kana was reunited with her mother, and Mia was living with her beloved parents again. If you were here, what would you say to them? Would you congratulate them? Take my hand and celebrate together with me? I have to wonder, Yuma, if I...
もしもこのまま死んでしまえば、私はお前に会えるかな。
Oh no, the dangerous thoughts have started! In that final moment, Yuma told me that all souls who were unable to fulfill their wishes ended up in the library. And I almost certainly fall within that category.
そうだな。そういうのも悪くはないかも。
Gaze up at the lighthouse. The very lighthouse which kinda leaped from in the fake world.
大丈夫。
Everything's alright. I'm not gonna die. It's high time that I stop moping. I'm used to being alone now.
さよなら。
Time for me to forget about him.
さよなら。ユーマ。
Oh, that's rude. I'll wipe him clean from my mind, even though I loved him. Even though I loved him more than anyone now. Still though, it's been exactly 1 year now. It's about time for me to move on from him.
そうだな。それがいいんだ。勝手にどこかへ行ってしまうようなやつなんてもう知らない。
Stand up and move forward.
私はあの子たちに元気な顔を見せなきゃいけないんだ。
How shall I respond to that government postcard this month? My new wish began to ponder as I continue on.
おはようございます、シンクさん。
As I trudge along the road to the school, where I no longer have any business and no longer show my face, as to not give my students cause for worry, I suddenly stop as I pass by the student accommodation dormitory.
本日はお日柄もよく気持ちのいい朝ですね。
The girl pauses her sweeping at the dorm's entrance and bows at me politely. Then she smiles at me. That sweet, nostalgic smile. I'm speechless.
あれ、どうかしましたか？お顔が真っ青ですけど、もしかして風邪ですか？
I shake my head vigorously as she peers at me worryingly.
お前カナか。
はい、そうですけど。
She cocks her head quizzically and stares at me blankly. What is this? I'm completely and utterly baffled. The meaning Mikana standing before me is... This shouldn't be. Something's wrong here.
どうかしましたか？私の顔に何かついてます？
Surprise!
大丈夫ですか？
All new world.
いや、なんて言っていいのか。
I swallowed and spake.
カナ、なんだかお前大きくなっちゃったの？
Just yesterday she was shorter than me.
大きくなっちゃいましたか？私。
She stares at me, eyes blinking.
あ、それもたった一晩で。そんな。
やった。
Kana pumps her fist victoriously, then declares.
毎日胸が大きくなりますようにって牛乳を飲み続けた甲斐がありました。
いや、
That's not what I meant. I wasn't specifically talking about her breasts. Her entire body was growing dramatically.
あ、それはそうと管理人さんがお呼びになられていましたよ。
管理人が。それは霧島しぐれのことか？
はい、そうですよ。シンクさんがここを通ったら声をかけてほしいと頼まれていたんです。
なるほど。そうなのか。
I nod in slow motion, no longer able to hide my sheer and utter bewilderment.
お邪魔してもいいのかな？
もちろんですよ。
She looks at me with a face of confusion that says she doesn't quite understand why I asked that question.
私変なこと言ったかな？
いえいえ、変なことっていうか、ここはみんなの家じゃないですか。それなのにどうして私の許可がいるんですか？
みんなの家。
はい、私たち住んでる場所は違いますけど、家族みたいなものでしょ？って私は思ってたんですが。 もしかして違いましたか？
She looks at me with worry in her eyes.
家族。
She nods.
お夕飯はみんな一緒にここで食べようよって決まりです。シンクさん、あなたがそう決めたんじゃないですか。私が？そうですよ。昨日もみんなでお夕飯を作って食べたじゃないですか。ホットケーキばかりじゃ体に悪いからって、如月さんがシンクさんにいろいろ料理を教えてくれて。
Okay. Wait 1 second. What on earth is she talking about?
夕飯って、家族って料理を教えてくれたって。
I have no recollection of any of this. My day yesterday certainly wasn't as eventful as she seems to be implying. All I remember was flopping out of bed, glum and depressed, wherever you and the rest of the students asked, whereafter you and the rest of my students asked me anxiously if it was all right, to which I smiled and reassured you that I was. That was what happened yesterday, if my memory served right. Why is there this disparity, I wanted to ask. I was just on the verge of questioning Connor further so that I could at least attempt to understand the situation. Suddenly something rushes straight past her feet. It's Kitty Ayumu! It's a kitten with mottled fur. Completely ignoring Connor's cries, the little kitten races off. Kitten stops for a brief second to throw a glance back at me, but it quickly begins running again. Connor chases after the kitten, her voice wobbling. I'm just getting more and more confused. Still dreaming? The dormitory pulls with me like a magnet as I stagger my way inside.
Yeah, ohayo.
Upon entering, I see Kirishima Shigure writing at his desk, but he promptly stops and turns around to smile at me.
今朝はよく眠れたのかな。なんだか少し顔色が悪いように見えるけど。
いや、大丈夫。ただちょっと玄関先でびっくりするようなことがあったから。
びっくりするようなこと？
I nod
それ
hesitantly.
はそうと、何か私に用があるとカナから聞いたんだけど。
ああ、そうだった。だけどごめんな。これを霧のいいところまで書き終わるまで待っててくれないか。あともう少しだから。
Too much longer? What was he doing? Curiosity piqued, I plopped down on the makeshift bed constructed from piles of books. I look around. As usual, this room is a complete and utter mess. The sheer volume of things strewn about the place makes it hard to discern what is junk and what has use.
よし。こんなものかな。
Soon enough, the manager reaches the end of this paragraph and turns to face me.
悪いね。待たせてしまって。来週発売予定の新作がずっと煮詰まっていたんだけど、今日になって急に筆が進み始めてね。
Oh, he's a writer.
新作？
ああ。なんだか、とてもいいものができそうな予感がしてるん
It
だ。
does fit him. I can more or less predict what he's going to say next. Apparently, he's a famous Rakugo storyteller. His job is to recite scary stories and funny stories, both classic and modern, in an entertaining presentation form. Sometimes he even makes them up himself. Right now, he's preparing for a big show next weekend. That's what he's writing now, a new story. The story happens to take place in this very dorm. One day, a boy mistakenly comes through the grandfather clock in the basement, which is connected to a myriad of different worlds. That's the setting, apparently. He gives a brief overview of the plot in an effort to seek my opinion, it seems.
どうかな。概要だけしかまだ説明はできないけれど、受けそうかな。
なんて言っていいのかな。
ああ。
その話には妙に感情移入をしすぎてしまいそうで困るな。
Only I could pull off a genuine
あく
smile.
までも個人的な感想だけど。
そうか。それはよかった。
He smiles, thanking me for
実
that.
際にはこの学生寮に地下室なんてもの自体はないけどね。まあこれはフィクションなんだ。 オリジナル。それくらいの創作は許してもらおう。
The man in front of me seems ever so slightly different to the manager I'm familiar with. Not quite the person who lived in a colorful world, yet not quite the person who I know in the real world. He seems to be someone entirely new. A new Kirishima Shigure.
一晩眠って目を覚ましたら昨日までとはまるで違う場所。
Ding ding ding.
やっぱり何かがおかしい。
This doubt feels a bit too realistic for me to simply write it off as a dream. I can breathe, I can feel pain. This is reality.
そうそう。君に用事があったんだ。聞いてくれるかな。
I shake my head wordlessly.
僕の娘が最近学校に行かなくてね。ちょっと困っているんだよ。君から一言言ってやってくれないか。
Oh, he was his daughter in this one.
娘？
ああ。ちょっと言い方を間違えたかな。僕は学校自体にこだわる気持ちはないんだ。行きたくなければ行かなければいい。
じゃあ何が問題？
なんていうのかな。あの子は僕のそばを離れようとしないんだよ。一緒じゃないと外にも出ない。
Or no, hold on! did he make Suzu his daughter?
今は一人で集中したいからと頼み込んで部屋に戻ってもらってるけど、そうしなければずっと僕の近くにくっついてるんだ。それに仕事が終わるまで部屋で待っててほしいとお願いすると泣きそうな顔をするんだよ。
Something has to change, he says with a
ちょ
sigh.
っと買い物に出かけたくて、その間だけでも留守番をしててほしいと言っても絶対にうなずかないし、必死な顔をして首を振るんだ。なんだかもう僕がそのまま帰ってこないと思ってるみたいに泣きそうな顔するんだよ。いつからあんな風になってしまったのかな。それにさ、あれくらいの年の女の子は大体男親を嫌うものだろ。反抗期ってやつだよ。そういうのが嬉しくないと言えば嘘になるけど、嫌われるよりは好かれていた方がいいからね。でも少しだけ困るんだ。今みたいなのは二人にとっても窮屈で。どうしてかな。なんだか不思議と寂しい気持ちになってくるんだよ。そういうわけだから君から一言言ってもらいたいんだよ。大丈夫、僕はどこにも行かないからって。
どうして私がそんなのを伝えなくちゃいけないんだ？
僕が何度言っても信じてくれないからだよ。分かったと言ってうなずいてくれてもやっぱりそばを離れてくれない。それは信じられてないってことだろ。
どうかな。
君の言葉ならあの子も少しは聞いてくれそうだと思ったんだ。
どうして？
この学生寮にみんなを連れてきたのは君じゃないか。いろいろな事情で一人じゃ生きられない子を君が探し出してきて、私たちは家族になるんだとそう言ってここに住まわせ、みんなで一緒に暮らしてる。
Well, to be precise, the girls do each have their own homes, he adds with a smile. Anyway, he continues.
そんな君を全員が慕っているからね。僕の娘も含めての全員が。
私があの子たちを？
What is this? I've never heard any of that before! Doubts and questions crowd my head, and I begin to feel stuck.
それにそもそも
A daughter. Since when did the manager have children? Not only that, but wasn't he whisked away to the beyond a good while ago? At least based on how the revival of our world went about, he shouldn't be here. Nobody who was taken to the beyond fairly before it was plunged to chaos should have returned. Neither I nor Yuma have, for example.
どうかな。受けてくれれば嬉しいんだけどな。
やってみるだけはやってみるけど。
Don't expect too much, though, I add. After all, I've never spoken to this daughter of his before. At least, not that I can remember. Although if the person they've been speaking of was someone merely pretending to be me, she may not regard me as a stranger.
ありがとう。助かるよ。
Nod and leave the room.
ここは確か。
Currently up outside room 202, which is the room the manager instructed me to go to.
夏目鈴、ユーマの師匠の部屋だよな、ここは。
And this is his daughter's room, supposedly. The manager did say that, without a doubt.
なんだか、私は展開が読めてきたぞ。
Still, it doesn't mean I can let my guard down. Although I can't quite say that I'm ready to deal with this tomfoolery, I can at least try and take it in good humor. Perhaps I'm dreaming, or perhaps I'm losing my mind. Well, if either of those things end up being the case, I'll deal with it when the time comes. For now...
もう何があっても驚かないぞ、私は。
I knock on the door, no response.
おかしいの。
I knock several times, but still no response.
誰もいない。
The door wasn't locked, so I open it. Inside, I find the young Natsume Suzu sitting on the windowsill and reading a book. Of course, I tell myself. I should have fully expected this.
なんだよ。
She asks, her eyes still glued to the book. She doesn't even so much as glance at me.
ノックくらいしろよな。礼節って言葉を知ってるか？ごめんくださいとお邪魔しますだ。そこんところをわきまえられないようなやつは嫌われちゃうぞ。
She seems to be in a bit of a sour mood, likely because of that, what the manager told me, but that he told her to go to her room and stay there.
したさ。
あ？
ノックだよ。それも何度か繰り返しな。お前が気づかなかっただけだろ。本を読むのに集中してたのか、それともふてくされるのに忙しかったのかは知らないが。
お前もしかして。
She shuts her book and looks at me. Then she sinks into silence and narrows her eyes pensively.
なんだよ。お前のお父さんが心配してたぞ。伝言を頼まれたんだ。大丈夫だから、僕はどこにも行かないよ。どうだ？
Oops.
これで安心か？
Now that I've relayed everything you wanted me to, I'm ready to wrap things up and leave.
あのさ。
Natsume Suzu scratches her head absent-mindedly.
一つ頼まれ事を聞いてくれないか？
お前が私に？
あ、そうだよ。
She nods and shoots me a meaningful smile, saying, consider it a request from the witch to the sorceress.
私もことづてを願いたいんだ。とある一世一代のバカ野郎へ伝えてほしい。
Ah yes, a certain colossal asshole!
今日はなんだか頼まれ事の多い日だ。
うん。何か言ったか？
Nothing, I reply, shaking my head.
で、何なんだ？
ああ、そうだった。あいつに一言言っておいてほしいんだ。
あいつ？
She continues before I have time to ask her who exactly she was referring to.
私だけこんな扱いにしやがってふざけんなよ。迷惑してるんだ。どうして私がおじさんの娘にならなきゃならねえんだ。微妙だよ。微妙にすぎる立ち位置だ。もしもこれがいたずらの意種返しだとか、そんなつもりでわざとやってやがるんだとしたら、いつか絶対痛い目見せてやるから覚悟してろよな。それが伝言。よろしくな。
何を言ってるのかわからない。
そうか。でもきっとすぐにわかるさ。
That does prove that Suzu is 100% aware of what's going on. Natsume Suzu smiles at me.
なら自分で言えよ。その一世一代の大バカ野郎に伝えろよ。言いたいことの一つ一つを自分自身のその口で。
大バカ野郎とは随分じゃないか。あいつはそんなにどうしようもないやつじゃないぞ。案外お前はあいつのこと何も分かってないんだな。
なんだと。
For some reason, I found myself getting irate. If she's talking about who I believe she is, then I know this colossal jackass far better than anyone!
お前が最初にそう言ったんだろ。あいつのことを大バカ野郎って。
違う。大バカ野郎とは言ってない。バカ野郎って言ったんだ。大がつくのとつかないのとでは大きく意味が変わってくる。バカと大バカ。ほら、私の方はちょっと可愛らしい感じがするだろうが、親近感の表れだ。
なんてへりくつにもならない幼稚な因縁なんだ。
私は師匠だ。いいところも悪いところも全部知ってる。対するお前はあいつのなんだ？
私は
She scratches her head again.
そんな顔するなよ。なんだか私がお前をいじめてるみたいだろ。ちょっとじゃれてみたかっただけなんだ。ごめんな。まあそういうわけだから伝言の方よろしく頼んだ。
そんなこと頼まれても困る。だってそれを伝える本人がどこにも。
言ったろ。すぐにわかるって。
それは一体。
わかるんだよ。とにかくすぐにわかるから楽しみにしてろよ。
Just as Natsume Suzu was about to return to her book, the door opens.
二人とも朝ごはんができたみたいだよ。伝言伝えてくれたかな。
I nod, and not a second later I hear. Natsume Suzu's face lights up like a child in a candy store. What? What did you just say?
頭いい子して。
She leaps into the manager's chest, nuzzling up against him and purring like an affectionate kitten. Realizing I'm staring right at her, she flinches and freezes in place.
なんだよその目。文句でもあるのかよ。
She furrows her lips and looks over at me. Her face says it all. This is her usual behavior around him. Only this time, someone happened to be watching.
いや、なるほどな。そんな姿にされて迷惑してるね。
Hilarity. Following that exchange, we all gathered in the dining room for a lively breakfast.
なんだかもうどうでもよくなってきたな。
The world seems to have changed entirely overnight. I don't know why, and I don't know how. This is too bizarre. I can't wrap my head around any of this. Apathy clouds my heart and mind. Feels like a signal from my brain. It feels like a signal in my brain was sent out, but somewhere along the way, killed entirely, leaving me in this odd state. I feel stranded. However, my efforts to push back against those waves of doubt are finally starting to have an effect. I close my eyes, allowing myself to picture the previous scene of everyone sitting together and eating breakfast that morning.
ちょっと皆さん見てください。私なんとたった1日でまた成長してしまったようです。シンクさんがそう言ってくださいました。バストの話ですよ。すごい、さすがですお姉さん。その眩しすぎる女子力、まるで人知を超越しきった女神様のようなのです。乙女はいつでも成長期なんですよ。で、それ褒められてますか私。はい、それはもちろんなのですよ。この貧相なまな板を貼り付ける私にもぜひあやからせていただきたいところなのです。毎日寝る前に牛乳をたくさん飲むんです。そしてよくよく眠るといいみたいですよ。するともりもり大きくなっちゃいます。牛のお乳でもりもり巨乳、なんだかとっても夢のようなのです。私だって毎日飲んでるもん。それなのにどうして私は小さくなるの？何よその顔。如月見よ、かわいい。燃えちゃうの。パパは大きいのと小さいのどっちが好き？
Awkward.
No comment.
Yeah, I too would decline to answer that. What the fuck? Like, Jesus Christ, imagine if your fucking daughter, like, wants out there. Hey, yo! You like your titties big or your titties small? Which ones is it? Like, you don't know how to fucking respond to that. Let's be honest. You wouldn't recall the last time I'd laughed so genuinely.
ママのいないこの場所はなんだか少し騒がしくて楽しいよ。
It reminded me of the world he and I used to live in together. My heart felt warm, my eyes felt hot, my lips felt light. It was all so strange, I felt so at peace. Perhaps this was Yuma's gift to me. A gift for making it through that long, difficult year.
あとはユーマがここにいてくれたら
I found myself dreaming wistfully. Even so,
大丈夫だよユーマ
I can do
お
this.
前が私にくれたのかもしれないこの世界で私は生きていくよ
Then one day, someday, far, far in the future, perhaps you and I will meet again. I'll live my life here with all the others as I eagerly await that day.
それがきっと私たちのお話のハッピーエンドそうだよなユーマ
I entered the manager's office.
さてそれはそうとどこにあるんだ
I decided to stop by here before I head out to school. Just after breakfast, as everyone was putting on their shoes and saying goodbye, Natsume Suzu said something to me.
そういえば管理人室に忘れ物したって言ってなかったっけ
She'd come here to wave everyone goodbye, then asked me with a straight face. I could only cock my head to one side in confusion and reply, "What? I never said anything like that."
おい大丈夫かさっきまでその話で盛り上がってたじゃないか私たち
She stared at me with all seriousness, an anxious look on her face. Then, at the very next second, everyone else was eyeing me with the exact same way.
あの役者めあんな空気にされたら行こうかないじゃないか
She then leaned in and whispered into my ear.
頼むよあじゃなくておじさんのキセルを取ってきてほしいんだおじさんが朝ごはんを食べてる隙に
私がどうして
何でもいいからあの人の持ち物をそばに持っていたいんだお願いだよ
それなら最初からそう素直に言えばいいじゃないかあんな回りくどい言い方なんかしないでというか自分でしろよなこんなこと
Moaning and groaning to myself, I arrived at the manager's office. He's still out enjoying his breakfast, which means that he's not here.
さっさとこんなこと済ませてしまおうみんな玄関先で待ってるし
Honestly, with that thought, I begin to believe that I could very well grow used to my new life in this world.
今日もみんなで集まって晩ご飯を食べましょうきっといつもみたいに楽しいですよ
Kind of smiled, promising to do her best and cook something delicious.
お願いやめて晩ご飯私が作るから
I just realized. Did he make himself a fucking, like, transfer student? Did he make himself a transfer student? Did he make himself the peak of anime protagonist? He balked at Kana's enthusiasm.
お腹が膨れれば私は何でも幸せなのです
Tsukasa eyes twinkled with anticipation.
やだやだやだよ学校休むの暑いのお外は暑いのだからお願い引きこもらせてよ深夜アニメが溜まってるのハウスダストが恋しいの
I miss the dust mites. Oh boy. Kyo was whining and complaining all along the way. These girls are my precious family. I love them so much. Right now, I'm happy. I can smile. I can live here in this world which so resembles the one I lived in with Yuma. And you live out my life and grow old here. Oh no. Why is this happening to me? Without warning, I found myself beginning to tear up. Sniffle, trying to stifle the tears as best as I can. I told myself I was going to give up on him. I thought I was preparing to move on and live a life without him. But I can't. I just can't do it. I turn around as a familiar noise reaches my ears.
この音は
I know it well. I've heard it so many times.
8番だ
Even though this dorm doesn't have a basement, the cabinet appears to still be fully functional.
なんだろう何が届いたんだ
I gingerly pull out the drawer and check what's inside. What I see
は
is
がき
not just any postcard, however.
これ私の世界のあの国のハガキだ
Land where all dreams come true. What do you wish for? It's addressed to me, Nikaido Shinku. Why? Why are my hands trembling? I take a deep breath, blink several times. Then I turn my postcard over and look at the back. Something was written there.
お姉ちゃんへ、お姉ちゃんの願い、私が全部叶えるよ。
I bolt from the room. First off, I don't think we've heard the soundtrack yet. At least I don't remember hearing it. Second off, this sounds like a fucking, like, broom riding mini game soundtrack for a Harry Potter game. You can hear it. I can hear it. My legs run and run and run. Is this a dream? It has to be. It can only be. It's not over yet. I race out of the door and barefooted, too much of a hurry to bother putting on shoes. Slip past everybody and then they stare at me in shock. I hear a voice calling out from behind. However, my ears tune out all sounds. The deafening pounding of my heart, hustle and bustle of the streets. The people staring unashamedly and gasping at me as I race past them barefoot, everything. It's alright, I'm just fine, Yuma. I'm going to live my life to the fullest in this world, which may very well be a gift from you. And that will be the happy ending for us to our story, isn't that right, Yuma? The truth is, I don't want our story to end where it did. It wasn't all an excuse. I was trying to be reasonable so that I could give up on everything and protect my fragile mind. Feel a lump rising up in my throat as the world in front of me blurs. There was more beyond that first sentence on that crumpled postcard in my fist. On the ground as I run here and there and everywhere. Scream out but no response. I hear no voice crying Shinku back at me. Tears blur my vision. Eventually I trip or fall on the sloping road. Unable to catch my fall, I roll ungracefully down the hill. At the end of my fall, I'm lying face down on the ground. Then, when I try to lift myself back up, I find that I can't. Where is he? I can't find him no matter where I look. The emotions I've been bottling up for so long threaten to leak out. What do I do now? I'm crumbling, both mentally and physically. That was how I always viewed our relationship. I wanted Yuma to feel safe with me, to be able to lean on me. I wanted to see his wish fulfilled and see him happy. I always acted like a know-it-all and pretended to be infinitely more mature and smarter than him. However, that facade is falling apart piece by piece right now. I'm crying out like a helpless child. Memories we shared together flashed before my eyes one by one. Lighthouse. Alright, let's talk, Shinku. Any topic in particular you have in mind? A smile. That was all too serious sounding. I just feel weird. This look of genuine surprise. I have to choose who to spend my life with. His look of slight heartache. His many varied expressions. But if our wish ends up being fulfilled, we'll no longer be able to stay together. My chest tightens. Oops. That was a lie. Fine, I would speak from the heart.
私はもうユーマ以外の誰も好きになんかなれない。
I rise to my feet. It hurts. Look down to see that my bare feet are scratched and grazed.
お願い、どうかお願い。私をユーマに会わせて。
Postcard heart will grant my wish no matter what. It feels like Ai's hand pulling me along, leading me to the place where Yuma is waiting for me. One year. It's been an entire year since we said our farewells. Ever since, I've replied to those postcards with the exact same wish.
私には会いたい人がいる。もしもその願いが叶うなら、今度こそ。
This time I want to tell him from the heart. Our story, our contract, his wish to fall in love, and the world created to fulfill that.
そんなのは関係ない。ユーマ、私は。
Wanted to know how lonely I was, how badly my heart ached.
私はユーマ、お前のことが心から大好きなんだって伝えたいんだ。
See, my vision widens. Ayo. You know, I think this is the first time where the game, like the VNDB is like, hey, here's the character sprite of the main character. And then we actually get to see the character sprite of the main character at some point. Like, I remember that the character sprite of the Tohar 2 protagonist was also on the Tohar 2 VNDB page. But he didn't show up once in the game. Also, I just noticed fucking cringe-ass chain he's got. The person I've been searching for is there, his back turned towards me. His head is turned up towards the sky as he gazes out at the horizon so far away. This is it. Finally. My wish has been granted. But when my tears as my chest begins to sting. Please, if you're out there, God, tell me.
私はもしかして幸せになってもいいの？
I run as fast as I can towards him. My eyes are so filled with tears that I can't even properly make out the face, which turns to greet me.
私
I stumble and nearly fall again. However, Yuma catches me in his arms mere moments after he fully turns around, holding me against that chest of his, which I miss so dearly. I'm at a complete loss for words. All we had was see all those wonderful expressions of his again. I'm so happy. Overjoyed. Thank you, God. It's time now. Now that you've come back to me, I have to tell you how much I love you.
ユーマ、私もう一度お前に言いたいことが。
Places a hand soothingly on the back of my head.
ユーマ、
He stops ever so slightly to look me in the eye before opening his mouth. Who? Who are you?
ユーマ、
My mind goes blank.
今なんて？
There's a vacant look in his eyes as he peers at my face, head tilted to one side. Wait, could it
も
be?
しかして記憶が？
Memories? Although his expression, his mannerisms were painfully reminiscent of the time when he was a young boy. The time when he'd lost his memories.
嘘だよ。
Take 2 steps back, slowly. Then my legs give way. I slump down onto the ground in defeat. This is too cruel. Suddenly, like, fucking feather comes down, turns into another postcard. Sorry, delivery issues. Just, like, smack this postcard in his face. Oh, hey, Shinku. It's been a while. Like, the memories got lost in transit. This is too cruel. Far too cruel. My heart is being torn in two. Tears spill and spill from my eyes. I can feel just how large the teardrops streaming down my cheeks are. I wail in a hushed, feeble voice like a toddler. Why, God? Why must you torment me so? itch. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself in this place. That feels so fuzzy. Gaze up at the sky, at the horizon. Sea breeze blows by and caresses my cheeks. Who was I supposed to be again?
神様、お姉ちゃんのことをよろしくね。
Huh? This voice suddenly echoes within my mind. Confused, I look around.
私との約束、守ってよ。お姉ちゃんを笑顔にするの。それはあなたにしかできないことだよ。
What are you talking
も
about?
しもお姉ちゃんを泣かせたりしたら、絶対に許さないから。
To be fair, he's not at fault here. Hearing another voice from behind me, I turn around. In doing so, a small girl flies into my arms.
ユーマ、私
Who? Who are you? The moment I say that, the girl's face, Shinku's face, twists into an agonized, heartbroken expression like I've ever seen before. Upon that happening, I remember! Memories flood into my mind like a tidal wave. It's almost a heartache-inducing. Yeah, they were lost in transit, like the late delivery. Shinku is weeping like a small child. Tears roll down her cheeks. Her mouth is wide open, her head is thrown back.
様ひどいよ。どうしてこんな意地悪。
I've never seen her so distraught and overwhelmed. She wails and weeps. Shinku. Wait! I'm sorry, Shinku. Forget I ever said that. I almost feels as though a switch was flipped inside me. I hold Shinku close as tightly as I can while she sobs. I know who you are, Shinku. What was the matter with me? How could I ever forget her? No, it was just a momentary lapse of memory, and the time it takes for you to fully awaken after opening your eyes. After leaving the great labyrinth beyond and getting my body back, it took a year for me to get to this point. I was in a deep slumber the entire time, but today I finally arrived. While I waited for my new mind and body to materialize in this world, I was resting within a fuzzy corner of my consciousness. I guess I arrived just a second or two too early. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I can't believe I just did that to you.
話して話せよ。
She squirms and flails around within my arms.
嫌いだ。ユーマなんて大嫌い。
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, Shinku. It's my fault that I have no excuse, but still, I just want you to know I've missed you. I've missed you so much, Shinku.
私だって会いたかった。会いたかったのに。
泣かしたな。
Like, I really over like, damn! Really only took you like 1 second, huh? Couldn't have fucking waited at all! Jesus! What the fuck? That's messed up, man! What?
絶対許さないって言ったのに、早速お姉ちゃんを泣かしたな。
Wait, no, I just...
ダメ。絶対許さないんだから。
Fall silent, I'm not able to say anything in my defense.
お仕置きだよ。
Huh? Wind begins to blow. Then they come fluttering and fluttering. Feathers start slowly falling from the sky, shimmering white, swaying with the sea breeze, fluttering about in a cooling zephyr. Where the feathers are gone, feathers which stole away their souls. Wait, these feathers are the... Or base Shinku's tiny body as tightly as I can.
大丈夫だよ。もうこの羽もこの風も誰も連れて行かないよ。
What?
代わりにお姉ちゃんとあなたの涙と悲しい気持ちを私がもらっていくね。
Aye.
悲しい時は空を見て。これから何かどうしようもなく痛くて悲しいことがあったなら空を見上げ、そこに一片の白色を見つけたらもうあなたたちは泣けないよ。悲しいことの何もかも丸ごと全部私がもらっていくから。
Feel this urge.
お仕置き。
feel this urge to shout out at the top of my lungs. This emotion, whatever it is, well, it's swelling inside me, bring tears along with it. Why are you so... Tears cloud my vision. However, these tears are not tears of sadness. My words stick in my throat and my vision blurs. These tears are tears of gratitude.
ユーマ、どうしよう。羽が。
Oh, already he's not here to hurt us. From this point onward, these white feathers will dance in the sky as a symbol of grace. God isn't malicious, Shinku, not in the slightest. These feathers aren't here to whisk anyone away. They aren't here to strike loneliness in people's hearts. All the pain and sadness is no more. Have you stopped crying now, Shinku? She brings her hand to her cheeks in astonishment.
あんなに怖くて悲しいばかりの白色だったのに、なんだか今はこの羽を見てると悲しい気持ちがどこかに行っちゃうみたいで。
She smiles at me awkwardly, her lips quivering. Warmth floods my chest. I've wanted to see that smile for so long.
ユーマ、
Shinku calls my name. I'm here.
ユーマ、
I'm right here, Shinku.
ユーマ、意地悪なのは神様じゃなくてお前だよ。
I know.
嬉しかった。
I know, Shinku.
ずっと一人で寂しかったんだよ、ユーマ。
I know.
もう死ぬまでずっと私はユーマに会えないんだって諦めようって思ってた。
I know.
もしもどこかで会えたとしても私はユーマとは二度と一緒にはいられないんだってそう思ってたけど。
She then plucks one of the white feathers out of the sky.
いいの？もう私たちまた一緒になっても好きになってもいいの？
She looks at me pleadingly.
私は願いを叶えてもいいの？
Of course. The new god allowed all of this. Thank you, Shinku. Thank you for waiting for me. I know it was a really long time. She buries her face into my chest.
ま、ユーマ。
She nuzzles her face against me, her tears shaking, making my shirt damp. It's too adorable for words. She was always the one scolding me and getting on my case. But now she's acting so needy.
ごめん。大嫌いだって言ってあんなの嘘だよ。もう絶対離れないから。だからお願い。絶対にもうどこへも行かないで。
Okay. I hold it tightly, promising through that action, place of words. From now on, I'll be able to learn much more about her. I'll be able to see many sides of her I never knew. Let's experience what it's like to fall in love. From this day forward, that wish of mine will finally be granted. Now and forever, this love of ours will shine brighter than we ever thought possible. With the most kind-hearted God watching over us, we have no need to worry.
私。ユーマに伝えたいことがあるんだよ。
Something I have to tell you too, Shinku. We hold hands, our fingers interlaced. Shinku. Drawn naturally to one another, our lips meet.
大好きだよ。
The wind blows, feathers fall from the sky, flittering and fluttering as they do. As I watch them, I think to myself that maybe God is smiling upon us now from that library so far away. Shinku and I hold hands as we gaze up at the sky. Then once more we declare our love for one another. Now I will say, something I very much noticed is like, people really like this game. And having watched the true route at this point, even though I haven't actually finished it yet, we're probably gonna finish today. But like, I still feel the need to like verbalize my fucking thoughts. Like, I see why people would be this, like, enamored with this game based on a true ending. But I wouldn't put it as high as other people. And before you get mad at me, the entire reason why I say is a masterful, true ending does not excuse two completely irrelevant routes, one just kind of meh route, and one somewhat good route. Because, like, I'll be honest, Kyo and Tsukasa 100% just feel like they put them in this game because they needed the arbitrary, like, 4 to 5 female characters with routes in their game. Like, they felt like such an afterthought that it's not even funny anymore. Like, you could literally write them out of the story. Like, the only parts where they actually played an important role were each other's routes. Know what I mean? Like, you literally could write Kyo and Tsukasa out of the story and you wouldn't really be missing anything. No, like, that's my thoughts on those two. As for Mio's route, I should fix what I said. A masterful true ending does not excuse two relevant routes, one kind of good one and one unfinished one, because that's my issue with Mio's route. It's fucking unfinished. It is just straight up not even done. They just kind of, they wrote her route last and were like, fuck, the deadline is coming up. Well, who fucking cares? We'll put the rest of the route in a fan disc. Which, unacceptable. And Kana's is the only one that I would say is, like, good quality from among those four. So while I will say that this is a phenomenal true ending, I do have to deduct the game points for essentially wasting my time with the first two routes I did, and then just making me play an unfinished route for the third one. Anyways. Since Shinku hurt her feet to carry on my back as we make our way to the back to the apartment. How do your feet feel?
ちょっとズキズキするけど大丈夫。
Can't believe you ran through the whole town barefoot. Talk about crazy. I no longer have the healing magic at my disposal. After having Shinku sit on the bed, I take her grazed feet and clean them up using a damp towel. It's a good thing you didn't step on glass or anything else sharp.
だって焦ったんだ。帰ってきたお前に早く会いに行かないとまたどこかへ消えちゃうんじゃないかって。また時間切れだとかそんなことを言ってずっと長い時間会えなくなるんじゃないかってそう思ったんだ。
Put a band-aid on her foot, not responding to her, because I'm wholly unable to. Okay, that should do it. Can't walk alright like this.
ありがとう。平気。
Silence descends upon the room. The only sound in the air is a tiny alarm clock ticking away. What do we talk about? All the things I want to say, all the things I want to give to her. There are too many to count. The first thing I need to do, however, is start from the very end. This world probably seems very similar to the one you used to live in, but it's a completely different world. I'm sorry I brought you to another world again, purely for selfish reasons, and without asking you for permission. Proceed to explain to her everything that me and her sister Nikai and I discussed in the library. So, the long and short of it is, she and I created this new world together.
なんだよ。またお前はそうやって私の参加できない場所で勝手に話を進めて。
She purrs her lips and glares at me reproachfully.
すごく驚いたんだぞ。
I'm sorry?
本当だよ。お前たちは勝手すぎるよ。
I know.
ああ。本当に驚いたんだからな。目を覚ましたら突然いきなり昨日とは何もかもが違ってるんだ。夢でも見てるのかと思ったよ。
You want to return to your world?
戻る？
Yeah, the country where... the country where all dreams come true. That's where all your precious students live.
でもあの学生寮の地下室はもうなくなってしまってたぞ。
Well, if you wanted to, we could probably make it happen. The new god is incredibly lenient. Might be a bit of a stretch to say that every last one of your wishes will be fulfilled, but you should at least be able to tie up these loose ends. With that in mind, I think you should choose whichever world you feel will be better to live in. I mean, I've done a lot of selfish things in the name of my wish. That hasn't been fair to you at all.
そうだな。だけど私は戻らないよ。このままで大丈夫だ。私の国のあの子たちはもう十分に願いを叶えることができているんだ。あとは自分たちの力で各々が夢を掴んでいけるだろうって思うよ。でもこの世界に生きるあの子たちの写本はまだ幸せになれてない。心は叶えたい願いにあふれてる。そうな
Yeah.
んだろう。
Whoops. Yeah.
そんなあの子たちを昨日までの私はあの学生寮に集めたんだよな。私たちみんなで家族になろうって。だからそんな私にはいろいろな責任があるんだよ。きっと私はもうあそこへは帰らないけど、あの子たちならきっと分かってくれるとそう思う。
So does that also mean it's my responsibility to make you smile?
なんだよそれは。真顔で変なこと言うなよな。
Well, I made a promise to Aya that I would. Told that I'd never make her cry ever again.
そうか。でも私は早速泣いちゃったけどな。
Yeah, sorry about that. I have no excuse to
反
offer.
省は
No, I promise I'll never make her cry again.
分かった。その分私に優しくしてくれたら許すよ。
The only tears you cry are tears of joy. She breaks into a smile. Pure joy on her face seems to suggest that she's found a new purpose for her future here.
ユーマがどう考えてるのかわからないけど、
Huh?
私はこの場所を偽物だなんて思わないよ。それはもちろん私たちが生きていたあの場所も偽物なんかじゃなかった。それらが作られ生まれた理由がどうであれ、私には何よりもどんなものよりも価値のあるあの場所に生きていた者たちのその全てがだ。だからユーマ、今日から生まれたこの場所も私たちの本物にしていこう。
He paused before nodding. I'm sorry though, even though down to the very end I did everything without your permission. I've just been using and manipulating you non-stop.
本当だよ。これで私がお前のことを大好きじゃなかったら絶対に許してやれないぞ。私にとってお前はただのバカ野郎だ。
So you think I'm an asshole? Actually, that's a little too direct. I'm not even sure what to say to that.
代がついてないだけマシだろ。
What?
さあ
She breaks it a
どういう
warm
ことか
smile.
な。
Oops. Then she and I naturally bring our lips together and share a kiss. Oh, nope, they're fucked. They 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 fucked. Oh, by the way, did you know that they fucked? Yeah, I think they fucked. Did they fuck? Yeah, they fucked. The sunset bathed the peaceful town in its light. Time seems to pass by in a flash. No matter how long we spend together, it never feels enough. I currently walk along the road by the coast on my way to the place where everyone is waiting for me. On my back, I carry the weight of the one whom I love so dearly. Her foot is injured and she left her shoes at the dorms. I'm doing this so she doesn't have to walk. She's getting to be tightly, her face buried into my back.
なあユーマ、
Yeah. Her sweet murmur is so quiet that it's almost blown away by the sea breeze. What is it?
私は一人じゃこの道を歩けなかったんだ。
Couldn't.
この道だけじゃない。ユーマと一緒に歩いたどんな場所でもそこ こを通ると寂しくて悲しくてお腹が痛くなって歩けなくなったんだ。それをなんとか強引に頑張らなきゃって立ち上がらないとダメだった。何もできなかったんだ私は。一人があんなに痛くて苦しいだなんて初めて知ったんだよ。お前とさよならした後の1年間はそんな発見の繰り返しだったんだ。
It did.
そうだよ。でもあの1年があったおかげで自分の気持ちに気づけて本当の意味で素直になれたんだって思う。私はこんなに
She holds me even more tightly.
ユーマが大好きなんだってこと。愛が
Huh?
私の妹がこれを叶えてくれたんだよな。私をユーマにまた会わせてくれたんだよな。
And on the response.
なあユーマ、私はいつかまた愛に会うことができるかな。
That's a good question.
思えばあいつにはたくさんいろんなものをもらってきたのに、それなのに私はただの一度もあいつにありがとうを言ったことがないような気がする。
I wish I could have been a better sister, she murmurs.
私の妹、愛は幸せになれるかな。ユーマ、ちょっと下ろしてくれ。
Hmm? Okay, are you sure you're alright though?
うん、ちょっとだけだから。
She slides down from her back and clambers onto the breakwater. Then she stands to her feet and gazes out at the sea. Shinku? Just take it a deep breath. Screams at the top of her lungs, towards the vast sea before her, or perhaps the sky, either way, somewhere far, far away.
一人で勝手に格好つけて、一人で勝手にどこかへ行って。本当にバカ野郎だよお前は。
Yeah, fucking Yuma's off to the side like, is she talking about me or I don't know. Shinku.
届いたかな。
え？
空の向こうのあの場所に私の声は届いたかな。
She just might have.
もしかしたらあいつバカなんてひどいお姉ちゃんのバカってあの空の向こうで怒ってるかな。
Hold on, I have her on speed dial. She calls you a little bitch. Shinku peers up the sky, her voice quivering
あ
slightly.
りがとう。はい。また会おうな。お姉ちゃんはお前のことが大好きだったよ。
We stand together, gazing up at the corner of the sky. For a second, we feel like we even spotted the flash of light.
ありがとう。お前のおかげで私はとっても幸せだ。ああ、シンクさんが帰ってきましたよ。
Arriving at the door, we are greeted by a number of familiar faces.
よかった。ちゃんと帰ってきてくれて。
Apparently Shinku had suddenly darted out of the door, which prompted everyone to go searching for her.
ごめん、なんだか心配をかけてしまったみたいで。
いえいえ、ご無事ならそれでいいんです。で、あれ、そちらの方は。
Kinda eyes me questioningly.
あ、こいつはそのなんていうか
Shinku's cheeks pinkened slightly, but soon enough she raised her head with an expression of determination on her face.
私の大好きなやつだ。
Mio gapes! No, that would happen to her route. Bad jokes. Like, her mouth is agape. She herself, probably not agape. Kana's eyes sparkle.
とにかく今日からここで一緒に暮らす新しい家族だ。ああ、なるほど。それなら歓迎会の準備をしないとですよね。今から？でも今日はいいからいいから。ほら、準備しましょう。今日が難しかったら明日でもいいですし。
All the dorm members who came to greet us shuffled back inside.
おかえり。
Huh?
おかえり、ユーマ。
She offers me her
今日か
hand.
らここで私たちは家族になるんだ。
Yeah. I firmly take her hand. I'm home, Shinku. And I don't want to ever leave your side again. With everyone mostly gone, I try to sneak in a quick kiss.
ダメ。その前にもう一度だけ聞かせてほしいんだ。
Oops. Tell you what.
ユーマ、好きだって言ってほしい。最後にもう一度だけそれを聞かせてほしいんだよ。ダメか？
Don't worry, I won't. I was just wondering why you said one last time. It'll be far from the last time that I said to you. I'll tell you it so many times that I'll get sick of it. Squeeze her hand in mine. Let her look her in the eye and give her my best smile. Shinku? I love you. From this point onward, our summer truly begins. A gentle wind rushes in from somewhere far beyond the sea, bringing with it a single feather which whispers a blessing to us. May your wish come true. Yeah, we still don't accept feathers around here, though. We have not forgiven you yet. Please be gone. Like, I'm sure this is a nice ending, however, imagine if I actually... Like, here's the thing. I was potentially considering stopping the part when he actually made it back to the Great Library. Imagine if I actually fucking did that. Y'all would be mauling, probably. No, I will not.
今朝、空から羽が降ってきたらしいよ。
Just as I finished the paperwork to move into the dorm, Shinku informed me of this strange
それ
happening.
もその羽が一体どんな生き物のものなのかわからないって噂だ。本当、不思議なこともあるものだね。
It really is.
さて、今日から君はこの寮の住人となるわけだけど、不思議だな。僕らはどこかで会ったかな。
In response to that inquiry, all I can do is smile
と
awkwardly.
もあれ、君も二階堂君がここへ連れてきたということは、それなりにいろいろと辛い思いをしたのかもしれないね。
A bit of time in solitude.
そういった事情を無理やり聞き出そうとは思わないけど。というのは、大勢の子供たちを預かる管理人としては不相応なのかもしれないけどね。
Anyway, he continues.
僕が知ることで何か力になれることもあるかもしれないし、場合によってはもっと別の方法を取らなくちゃいけないこともあるかもしれない。だから君の事情をいつか聞かせてくれるね。
Sure. It's a very, very long story, though, and one he's not likely to believe. But even so, promise I'll tell you someday.
あ、楽しみにしてるよ。そういうわけで、今日から君も僕らの家族だ。どうかよろしく頼んだよ。
Likewise, thank you for accepting me.
何の音だろう。
Drawer number 8 is shaking. Shinku opens it with a curious expression on his face, then reaches in and fetches what's inside.
これはなんだ。どうしてこんなところにこんなものが。
As I spot what he's got in hand, my heart fills with joy. There's a smile creeping up on my face as well. Right, how could I forget? Today's a very special day. The kind of day that can only comes around once a year. Is Shinku here?
はい、あそこに。
Kano seems to be cleaning up after dinner, looks over, and I follow her gaze. There I find Shinku resting her head on the table, her eyes closed.
疲れて眠っちゃったみたいです。
So it seems. By the way, do you think you could do me a quick favor?
はい、何をでしょうか。
I lean in and whisper into her ear.
なるほど。それならちょうど冷蔵庫に一つあったと思います。
Really? Dang, talk about
そう
coincidence.
ですよね。本当偶然ってすごいですよね。
You share a laugh, knowing full well that it's no coincidence at all. Kana then puts a finger to her lips and asks me to let Shinku sleep a little longer. The next second, she returns from the kitchen with a
ちょ
smile.
っと、どうして先にあれを出しちゃうの？私も驚かせようと思って楽しみにしてたのに。
What better surprise than she just wakes up and there's a party suddenly around her?
まあまあ、いいじゃないですか。そーっとしておきましょうよ。
Yeah, the girl's discussing something from the kitchen area. Oh, good curio. Sorry. Still need to do my dailies in Star Rail today. Haven't done that actually. Gotta do them before they fucking reset. Whoops. Yeah, context. That thing looks like an item you can get in the weird, like, pseudo roguelike game mode. That you can essentially just you do that once and it finishes all your dailies all at once. And the specific items that you're just like, hey, more breakable objects spawn. More breakable objects spawning means more of the currency you get for breaking them, and also sometimes they just randomly give you ones that give you skill, like your technique points back, which is good for I constantly spam Firefly's technique. Such a peaceful face. Shinku, run my fingers through the strands on her, through the strands of her long hair. I find myself naturally breaking into a smile. Then I say to her, "Happy birthday." She continues sleeping and plays a shortcut kind of past me next to her, along with the many gifts that had arrived for her in the drawer. Happy birthday, Shinku. What is she dreaming of, I wonder? Whatever it is, I hope that it's something more sweet and blissful than anything in the world. That was a very, very good true ending. My analysis of this was pretty accurate. Like, this would be an absolutely fucking godlike game if all the routes at the very minimum had the quality of Kana's route. But they don't. So it's just a very good game. The Colorful World, all achievements. I will, however, say that, at least in my opinion, I still prefer the Majikoi stuff, and the Tonework stuff, and the Utsubaraburo, and the Tsuchino-san no Junai Road. Yeah, overall, it's like, this was a very good one. This was a very good one. Character ranking. Shinku best girl. Then Kana. Then Mio. Then Kyo. Then Tsukasa. Honorable mention to Suzu because while at the start I was like, you know what? Surprise, surprise, the mature character I don't like. By the end, I'm literally just like, can we just like... Just let her be happy, man. I want her to be happy. Like, I apologize. I thought you were evil. You weren't. I mean, you were kind of fucked up at a few places, but, you know, Passive aggressive trying to vent your stress. I could kind of forgive it. Anyways, yeah. Am I going to start White Album 1 tomorrow already? I don't know. Not sure. Either way. Did I already rank the protagonist? Oh, yep, he is and jaywalks when no one's looking. Which is a problem, because someone who's always was always looking for the entirety of the game. I mean, now he can jaywalk all he wants if he just goes somewhere without without Shinku, but like before the true route, he had no chance of ever jaywalking. Really does look similar to the Hoshizora no Memoria main character though. Anyways, so yeah, next up is going to be White Album. Actually, that's a bust shot mode. Like, I know what it means. It's like the fucking sprite viewer. But reading the word bust shot first is like, what the fuck? There's just uniform and casual wear. Here. We just get him. Do we get different emotions? Hey, we do get different emotions. We do get different emotions, even though he was only wearing one singular expression when we actually saw him. Maybe you should actually go back to the fucking game so you see what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, they actually gave him different emotions. Different expressions, I mean. And well, we have bitch here. Alright, he also has casual wear. Almost forgot. There's little Baby Suzu and adult Suzu. Hold on, is that just the blush? Hold on, like Haku is fucking tiny. She's just a tiny bit. Actually, is she even just a tiny bit? She's not that much taller than Tsukasa. In fact, she's just as tall as Tsukasa. Hey, yo, what the fuck? She is tiny. Was not expecting that. Anyways, why are there two soundtracks missing? Oh yeah, that is the last soundtrack that was playing there. Hold on. Let's put that on. That was the ending theme. Anyways, let's put on the world as seen through her eyes. Yeah, there's everything that happened. Anyways, I am going to miss this game. I feel the fucking depression coming on already. Yeah, it was a good one. It was a good one. I did feel somewhat hesitant to continue it. But I do, I am happy that I continued it. Like, I'm not saying that I was thinking about dropping it. It's just like, the more we got around Mio's, where it started to get like real depressing at times, I was just kind of like having to make myself sit down and play a little bit at least, you know? I guess you could always also view like, see like when the parts all got like a lot shorter, I guess you could say. I guess sometimes it was just because tired, but sometimes it was just a case of like, yeah, I need shorter bursts. But anyways, next up is going to be a compilation of, like, the next game is going to be a compilation of me trying to avoid cheating. Because yes, White Album 2 actually starts with the MC already in a relationship with a girl, and you can get into the routes of every single girl in a way where you first dump the girlfriend and then get into their route, but you can also act like just start dating them without actually breaking up with his prior girlfriend, so he just looks like an asshole. So yeah, it's going to be a don't be a cheating bastard bullet hell. Anyways, do I have anything else to say? I say anyways a lot. I was about to say it again. Do I have anything else to say? I don't think so. I will say that if this game ever gets its fan disc, I will play it. Same as Tour 2 actually. I hope Tour 2 actually at some point gets its fan disc translated. But anyways, yeah, I'm gonna end it here. Hope you guys enjoyed this one, and see you next time. Bye-bye. Oh, like, the moment I said that, like, the real depression set in, like a fucking lump in the stomach. Like, I don't want to press this button, but I'm gonna have to. So bye. See you next time.